Good evening, buenas tardes, everyone, and thank you for joining us for tonight's special presentations. Tonight, we have one special presentation on our agenda, and as always, at the City of Moreno Valley, we take great pride in our exceptional youth that have been making waves within the school district. It is within those schools where great minds take shape and influential people are made. Thankfully, tonight, we have an individual who has forged her own path and with the help of technology has found herself at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. to further brand herself as an exceptional individual with a very bright future. Tonight, we have a very special young lady hailing from Valley View High School. Go Valley View, I also went there years ago. Miss Jaden Jimenez. Jaden, would you like to join me up here at the microphone? And if we could give her a big round of applause. A little bit about Jaden. She is a star scholar and a senior at Valley View High School who went into the 2022 Congressional App Challenge with one goal: to better the lives of those around her through technological and historical development of medicine. Jaden's app, titled The Traditional Cure versus the Modern Medicine, takes a critical look at the pharmaceutical industry and its practices, which may coagulate in the form of addiction, misuse, and dependency on drugs, while giving historical herbal substitute solutions to the medicinal need at hand. Tonight, we honor Jaden with this certificate of recognition for being the 41st District Representative for the 2022 Congressional App Challenge and taking initiative towards a looming problem in our society and community. And now more than ever, the city, and as a city council and mayor and staff, we make significant efforts to recognize our youth first and foremost, and in particular, to highlight the accomplishments that they are achieving. And in this case, I mean, we see left and right that technological innovation is advancing exponentially, and to see our own bright young minds here in the city of Moreno Valley succeeding, going off to Washington, D.C., and creating these new technologies, right? Being at the forefront to address a lot of these issues that I just listed off, right? We know how big of an issue mental health is and substance abuse, and Jaden is one of those pioneers that's helping to address some of those problems that we're facing as a society. So I can't wait to hear about future national praise in the news as you continue on in your academic career. And before we turn the mic over to Jaden, let's give her one more big round of applause, please. Would you like to share a few words?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the support from everyone here. I wanted to give a special thanks to my parents. They have been my rock. They have been my influence. They've continuously pushed me throughout the years to continue my pathway in computer science and, in a way, create a path for myself. And it wouldn't have been able to do it without them. I wouldn't have been able to do it with my amazing teacher, Ms. Rio. She met me when I was just a middle schooler, and through her and Mr. Cooper Smith at Paul Middle School, they created a pathway that allows students to thrive and grow in their own pace. And without them, I would not have had the opportunity to attend and even compete in the competition to begin with. So I want to appreciate them as well. My grandparents are here. I love them with all my heart, and I just want to say thank you to all the people who've pushed me in the last 4 to 6 years. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Jaden. Congratulations once again. And on behalf of the City of Moreno Valley and the City Council, we want to give you this certificate of recognition as a small token of our appreciation for all the things that you're accomplishing. And make sure you don't forget us when you're big and famous and off doing big things. So congratulations once again. There you go. to your parents and your grandparents? Hello, hello. Pleasure to meet you. Yeah, congratulations. Proud parents, huh? Yes, yes. Excellent. Mucho gusto.
I'll take one step this way.
Everybody else from there?
You two come this way a little bit.
Okay. So we're all here. Do you have grandpa in the front?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's fine. All right. And 1, 2, 3. And one for safety. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful.
One over here. There we go. Thank you. Okay, and 1, 2, 3. Dad is so proud. Good. All right, thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to say hello and yes, absolutely. The rest of the council.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. My emotions have been up and down all that.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Yes, sir. Thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. And one more big round of applause for Jaden and her family, please. And that will conclude our special presentations for today. We will be back in about 10 minutes or so for our regular council meeting. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley Community Services District, City as successor agency for the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Moreno Valley Housing Authority, Moreno Valley Public Financing Authority, and the Board of Library Trustees. The City Council receives a separate stipend for CSD meetings. I now call this meeting to order on May 2nd, 2023 at 6:01 p.m. I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing after the Pledge of Allegiance for our invocation given by Pastor Dave Carlson of Moreno Valley Christian Assembly.
Let's pray. Lord, I'm so thankful that we can come and gather in a community. And Lord, I thank you for our council and our city employees. Thank you for our public workers that serve our city so well. And Lord, as we think of this month and we think of Memorial Day, of those who gave their lives so that we could live in freedom. So Lord, we thank you for those who have sacrificed so greatly. Lord, we pray that we would be a city of peace, that we would be a city of unity, that we would be a city of strength, that you would continue to have your hand upon us and lead and guide. Lord, I pray that decisions that are made in this council chamber would be made for the whole city and each one that is here for the furtherment and understanding and encouragement of the people who live here. And I pray that you'll bless this meeting tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Here.
Councilmember Marcus?
Here.
Councilmember Bernard?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delgado?
Here, ma'am.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here. Staff introductions, please.
Jane Halstead, City Clerk.
Patty Rodriguez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Paul Radrica, Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, Interim City Attorney.
Mike Lee, City Manager.
Brian Mohan, Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Michael Lloyd, Assistant City Manager for Development Services.
Sean Kelleher, Acting Community Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director, Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Ken Reichel, Chief Police.
And Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Thank you very much, staff. As always, a pleasure to see you here. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you to all the members of the public as well for being here. A reminder that the city is currently offering Spanish translation services if anyone is interested in this feature. La ciudad actualmente ofrece servicios de traducción al español. Si alguien está interesado, por favor, nos avisan. Before we hear public comments this evening, I ask and encourage everyone participating to keep their comments respectful toward others, especially toward the individual speaking. I embrace and support the First Amendment right to free speech, including everyone's right to speak at this meeting and to share their views about the issues concerning our city. But we can be more productive by being civil and respectful toward one another in this meeting. Finally, I ask that speakers bear in mind that comments will be limited for each speaker, and I encourage everyone to refrain from duplicating comments already made by others, other than to note that you agree or disagree with the prior comments. In order to preserve the meeting decorum, council and staff will not respond during public comments. Any council comments or questions to staff may be addressed during the council closing comments. Public comments on matters not on the agenda under the jurisdiction of the City Council will be taken up at this time. Again, each speaker will be allowed a total equal amount of time to comment on any and all items which are not on the agenda, which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on non-agenda items?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 12 thus far.
Okay, we will go ahead and give 3 minutes for public comments on items not on the agenda. And if we could go ahead and call up the first 3 speakers, please.
Okay. The first one is Shane Yice. Next one, Brandon Carn, followed by Janice Garcia.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Shane Isaias. You probably saw me here last time, and I'm with CCAJ and Sierra Club. You're going to be seeing me give a presentation later today. But today, I wanted to come up here and talk about a non-agenda item concerning AB 1748 and AB 1000. If you've been following and keeping up, AB 1000 ended up being, it died in committee, and it's aimed to come back if 1748 doesn't do its job. Now, in that hearing, we listened to a bunch of our legislators argue that we need to do more for our citizens, and that's more than the 300 feet buffer that was proposed by James Ramos. So I just want to urge everyone here on the council to make our wishes known, which is more than 300. And I know that there's also other things in the works that are working on this issue, but that we need to protect our sensitive receptors, and that needs to be an ongoing focus for our council, and that we need to focus on the public health of all of our individuals here in Moreno Valley. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Brandon Carn, Janice Garcia, and Alondra Olivas.
All right, thank you. One of the first things I wanted to comment on was I was at the last Planning Commission meeting. I'm gladly in support of the renovation of the mall that was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. One of the positive facts of it was it will support the private arts movement and development in Moreno Valley, publicly too. But I'd love to see that project brought forward. I'm saying it now in support because it'll support local creatives, developers, designers, artists, construction crews. So I'm glad to see that. I'd like to thank Ed Delgado for going to the Moreno Valley College mural that's now been installed on the Humanities building. I thanked him in an email, but I want to follow up in person. Anyone is invited to see it in the public. It is almost done. It should probably be done this week. And I think the artist, Rosie Cortez, who's here from Moreno Valley, invited the council to a reception later in the month. So that is good to see. I would like to speak again on the arts ordinance item. Yesterday, I attended the special meeting of the Arts Commission. It was good that they had quorum. I know there's another member joining in about 2 weeks. I had a lot of questions. They did have a draft of the ordinance, which you could probably just request from that department, from Park and Rec. I didn't have a problem with much of the structure of it. I have a problem in the way that the city is handling the item as it currently stands. I mean, you're trying to find people that are on these commissions and boards, but there were a lot of things that I found questionable about the background. Many of them did not know. They don't meet most of the time because of quorum. They did not know what a staff report was. They did not know what a staff action or recommendation was. And it didn't seem like they had actually read or been able to get a hold of the paperwork for the ordinance itself. They don't have city email. The agenda was posted, the link did not work. And that was for quite a few boards and commissions. The item was supposed to come before you as a body before June. It's going to be after summer for sure now. My request is that the city council override the Arts Commission. You can keep adding members all you want, but you have this issue where they're not being trained properly to hold the meetings. They did not know even how to operate the meeting. The chairman had very limited knowledge and training on it. It was actually quite mortifying. Planning Commission and others they have email, they have more practice at it. I think the city council needs to overtake this item. They need to supersede them. They need to have study sessions on this item. Any one of you could propose, or two of you could propose this item on a study session agenda. Do it in May, do it if you're here in June, and then allow the public to come, allow them to give their voice, allow them to be in a live streamed setting that they can email you in, and be aware of it. The agenda didn't work for that meeting. They canceled the last one. Luckily, they had quorum this time. You need to have more awareness in the public so that private creatives and the members of the public can come forward and contribute to what they think an ordinance should be, maybe a workshop. But I definitely think it's time for the council to take the item itself. The boards and commissions I don't feel are reliable. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Janice Garcia, Alondra Olivas, and Latricia Reed.
Okay, hello, my name is Latricia Reed, and I am a Cal State San Bernardino social work student. And for our advocacy project, we decided to come here and speak about the homeless, our group. And my research, there's no shelters in Moreno Valley for women or families.
We also noticed that there's no shower stations for the homeless, and the homeless are part of the community too, so therefore we should consider their needs.
And then also a lot of cities in the Inland Empire, such as Hemet, Riverside, and Banning, have little white homes. So that's also something to consider to have here in Moreno Valley.
And if we could just pause the clock. Sorry for interrupting your train of thought, but just to let you know, if you would like, each one of you could have up to 3 minutes to speak if you would like to. So just wanted to let you know in case you wanted a little bit more time so that you don't have to rush or anything. So if you want to do that, I know you're kind of taking turns, just wanted to let y'all know. So I'll go ahead and turn it back to you.
Oh, thank you, because we were like, oh, like, what are we going to do? Like, we want to go
Yeah,
together.
I don't know if, I know the Madam Clerk called up the three names, but I think Latricia Reed spoke. And so are you all kind of in line back to back to speak? Okay, so I'll leave it up to you. If you want to all speak within the 3 minutes, or each one of you individually could get up to 3 minutes as well. So I'll leave it up to you.
This one is what he said.
Like, nobody else knows, sorry, I'm nervous. But my name is Destiny, and this is my group. But I wanted to talk about how there's no hot food meal plans like in place. We conducted interviews in the community, and that was one of the biggest topics that came about. They were complaining of, we don't have food, we can't eat, and they're people too. I understand there are certain circumstances that come with it, and there's other reasons why, but it's really important that they're able to at least be able to have a hot meal every day, or at least 3 times a day, just like most of us can. We're fortunate enough to have that, but unfortunately they're not, so we would like to have one of those hot meal plans put in place.
I would also want to add that a lot of the people that we interviewed were so angry that the public service don't technically help them, and they said that if instead of sitting inside not doing nothing, go outside to the public and help them and offer them the resources that they offered instead of just sitting.
And we also came upon this organization that is called SWAG, which stands for Social Work Action Group, and their main goal is to help homeless people get off the street. They go out into the community and speak to homeless people and give them options and opportunities to get off of the street. They would even offer transportation and other assistance to help comply with their needs. The closest organization of SWAG is in Riverside and had made many successes with helping an individual get off the street into proper homes and jobs and just an entirely new quality of life. Moreno Valley should develop an outreach like SWAG so that those who are homeless aren't being neglected, and that there is such a thing as a new start here in Moreno Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Alondra Olivas, followed by Latricia Reed and Destiny Lee.
And I believe that may have been everyone. Yeah.
Is that all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Angela Ybarra, Stanley King, and Kilia Gerhardt.
Is Angel Ibarra here? Already spoke? Okay.
Already spoke, okay.
Next would be Mr. Stanley King.
Stanley King.
I have a few items on my agenda. First, I'd like to thank the Majority Council for voting on the Trade Center last meeting. My second item is about the police. We need more police in Moreno Valley. Traffic is getting to be worse and worse every day. For a couple of examples, when you travel down Nason between the freeway, the 60 and Iris, it's like a racetrack. They're 55, 60 miles an hour down that street, and there's nobody to enforce it. Also, I hear complaints all the time about the school zones, and people are always complaining that there's too much traffic and possible injuries could be caused at the schools. And I know that the police sometimes go there, and I applaud them for that. We really do need more police. The other day I was traveling down west on Iris to Paris Boulevard, and I noticed the Amazon semi was turning right onto Iris Avenue. Now, I don't know if that's been designated a truck route or not, but I don't believe it has. So we would need a little bit more traffic enforcement officers to look at the truck situation as well. I also like to recommend that we put a red light at the corner of Locust and Redlands Boulevard. With the increased traffic on that, it's beginning to get very difficult for the residents of Northeast Moreno Valley and the people coming from the Hound Dog Park to get onto Redlands Boulevard in a safe manner. I really want to commend the city on the hazardous waste, that event that they had last week. It seemed to be well attended, and I appreciated all the employees. I really appreciate the bike lanes that are being involved in the new streets. As you can tell, I'm really nervous. And I really appreciate, because I like to ride my bike and I like to be safe. And I'm sure there are other ones. And my final matter is there needs to be a sidewalk on Moreno Beach between Calmia and Locust. It's a very narrow, the way that that part of the street is, it's just a narrow strip for people to walk down, and there's increased traffic on that area, and it would help the citizens get out, because I like to walk that neighborhood as well. And I thank you for your time.
The next three speakers are Kilia Gearhart, Jeff Sims, and Bob Palomares.
Good evening. I do have some materials for you guys as well. My name is Dr. Gearhart. I'm a resident physician at Loma Linda University, and I'm here on the behalf of my fellow residents and colleagues. At the beginning of the year, we filed with the National Labor Relations Board to be represented by the Union of American Physicians and Dentists. And we've been met with a lot of pushback and hostility from Loma Linda University's administration. We filed to join the union for several reasons. The number one goal is for our patient safety, as well as safety for ourselves. We are required to work many 28-hour shifts, frequently working more than 24 hours, being awake past that, which is the equivalent of having a blood alcohol level of 0.1. And these shifts are then followed by 12 to 14-hour work days, and this occurs multiple times per month. I know of colleagues who have fallen asleep, standing up, performing surgery because of these long hours. And we have a brand new hospital. We have to cover it 24 hours a day, and they did not build enough call rooms for the residents. So residents are finding corners and places on the floor to try and crash for a couple hours before continuing with patient care. And through all of this, we are paid the bare minimum, and we often have colleagues who are working DoorDash, Uber, Lyft to try and make ends meet. And we have just been asking for adequate compensation for the hours that we are working. And the UAPD speaks about how healthy providers lead to having healthy patients. And it is shameful how Loma Linda University has been unwilling to work with us to provide a safe and healthy environment so us as physicians can thrive and give our patients the best quality of care. I'm asking you today to stand with us in solidarity with your residents and fellow physicians. We have patients that we treat throughout the Inland Empire, as well as your constituents at RUHS. We have two events coming up this coming month. The first one is on May 4th, this Thursday. It is a documentary called Do No Harm, and it is talking about physician suicide and the mental health crisis that is across the nation, as well as a rally this following week. You can find out more in the packets that we've provided on how you can support us. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see you there.
The next three speakers are Jeff Sims, Bob Palomares, and David Seitz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Sims. I wanted to come here personally tonight and thank you for your hard to make but correct decision on the Moreno Valley Trade Center. That was a tough one, and I think that was very, very well deliberated. With all the existing warehouse use already built and the World Logistics soon to break ground, this council may want to seriously consider if Moreno Valley has reached a saturation point in warehouses. I think its simple question is, when is enough enough? It's a known fact. It's a known fact. Even the state of California, many environmental groups have come to the realization the Inland Empire is suffering from the negative impacts of warehouses, ranging from the air pollution, noise pollution, and all the traffic congestion. To that end, the state legislators have been working to establish minimum separation standards between the warehouses and sensitive receptors, including residential. One of the other gentlemen talked about that. There's AB, I think it's AB 1000 or whatever the other one is, AB 1748. Those are coming down the pipe. It's not a secret. And I think there was some leadership shown by this council by making a decision for the Moreno Valley Trade Center to avoid putting warehouse right on top of residential. You're in that role, and thank you for your responsible vote last council meeting.
The next three speakers are Bob Palomares, David Seitz, and George Haig.
Good evening, Council. I would like to salute our first responders and my condolences to Mr. Andrew that passed away, the young man. And I was reading this, when I had read about him, I read this little thing from, I want to quote Queen Elizabeth, that says, "Grief never ends, but it changes. It's a passage, not a place to stay. Grief is not a sign of weakness nor a lack of faith. It's the price of love." I thought that was pretty profound for when I read about that young man, you know. But what I also want to talk about is about the homeless issue. You know, I know it's one of these days it's going to be right in front of us, big time. You know, right now we're just kind of throwing stones here and there and see what might work. And whatever you do, when you get serious about it, I know we want houses and that's all good. A lot of these people that come up here from the nonprofits, they do, you know, they serve their purpose. But I think you need to get on the homeless identified. And, you know, there's a lot of them that are running around that prey on homeless, that are homeless themselves. You know, I see them every morning. They're just standing around, and they're all, to me, they all look like they're able-bodied to work. And we just need to do something with them first, because the people that really need the help, you know, they're the ones that we got to take care of. I've heard from the mayor about, you know, he wants to do housing, and that's fine. But that's all he says. I never hear about where the money's going to come from, how much, and year after year, how we're going to pay for it. You know, because you can start it with funds, you know, you can lobby and get money, but at the end, you don't want to put it on the taxpayer of Moreno Valley when those funds run out, when the city or, you know, the state or the feds tell you no more. You know, do it on your own. And we're stuck with all this. That's what happened in San Bernardino. They've had a lot of problems. And very little to show for it. And they were given millions, just like Los Angeles, billions. Nobody, nothing to show for it. You know, where's all that money going? And that's what'll happen here, so keep a good eye on it. Thank you.
The next three speakers are David Seitz, George Haig, and Pete Bleckard.
Good evening. Mine will be quick and short. I'd just like to thank you for your vote on the Moreno Valley Trade Center. It was well thought of. You thought of everybody in the community, not just a developer or that certain area. It was a little disappointing. Yeah, that happened. That all that came up as pressure on you guys with all the extra incentives that they put on top of it. I know it put a lot of pressure on you because a lot of people wanted things done, but you did do the right thing by turning it down. I believe if we work hard enough as a city, as a group, that we can eventually get all the parks and baseball fields and soccer fields that we need and get them done. Again, I'd just like to thank you. And you made a good choice. Have a good evening.
The next two speakers are George Haig and Pete Bleckard.
Good evening. I would also like to thank you for voting no on the Moreno Valley Trade Center, where developers offered off-site improvements and benefits without fully addressing the impacts on the nearby families. Those warehouse impacts to the families would have lasted 24 hours, 365 days and nights for years after year after year. I would like to recognize Councilmember Marquez, who has protected nearby families from the noise, light, and diesel pollution impacts of warehousing for years, even when developers offered off-site benefits instead of reducing their impacts on families. Now, developers trying to influence local groups to support projects by offering them money. I heard this past week that a developer has now offered a wonderful local organization $5,000 if they would support his project. If that group sells their soul to support the project at the expense of families, then I will call them out. It makes you wonder how many other groups and individuals that developers have offered money to for support of their project. It taints the entire process. It has been the city's policy of noticing nearby property and homeowners of release of environmental documents and public hearings on projects, but not to renters or tenants. This is especially a problem in environmental justice or EJ communities. Usually, absentee homeowners do not care about nearby problems and just continue making money by renting older homes in EJ communities. This is one of the main reasons developers select EJ communities, because of the lack of notification to those most impacted, then claim there is no one opposing the project. The World Logistics Center is breaking ground this year and will build 30 mega warehouses over 1 million square feet each for their 40 million square foot authorized use. There will be many construction jobs and warehouse jobs for years to come. We do not need additional warehousing. As a 40-year union member, it really has always saddened me to see union people wanting to place warehouses next to where people live 24 hours, 365 days and nights, a year after year after year, for maybe a job that lasts for them for 1 year. People have trouble making this city council meeting. I would hope at some time you would do a combo virtual in person, or at least treat those emails you receive the same as those people who are able to make this meeting. I right now am having trouble standing here, but I'm going to do so just to give my comments in. But I would rather just send you emails, and it makes it difficult. You have yourself a good evening.
The next three speakers are Pete Bleckard, Luis Palomares, and Christopher Baca.
Well, you made a wrong decision last week. You let all that money run right out of town. I'm going to name 5 people that only helped me on trying to get water. That was Elena Baca, Victoria Baca, Robin Hastings, Patty Goodwin, and Ray Tamner. All the rest of the council would not listen to me. They tried, but they could get no support. So you know what you think of the toilet over there in Edgemont. The one that was in charge of Edgemont Wood District 1 was up there, and he brought in, he was a fireman, and he brought in a pipe from the water company, and he poured out all the rust and all the dirt and complained that it was ruining their fire trucks. Well, he didn't give a damn about the people that had to drink it. He worried about a goddamn fire truck. You know, I don't care. You know, I drank that water for a long time, and all we heard about was the fire truck. And now forget it because you ain't going nowhere with it. So I'd like to let you know that. You know, it's really a sad situation. Say, hell with it. You know, you don't want to do it. Have any of you ever asked me about it? No. But I don't care. I ain't got time anymore to be messing with it. So he made a wrong decision. The reason we got warehouses here was when the corporation started here, and Tom Gerald was one of them. They said they wanted the golden triangle of this town. That meant China, merchandise here. Did you think they were going to come over here and manufacture it? No, they're going to bring it over here, and you got warehouses. So the people in incorporated this town wanted warehouses. That's what we got. We're going to keep getting them, and I hope we get more. And I hope we get the traffic you do. You know, but I hear all these people that came in here. If you weren't here before 1976, you are now living in any of the new houses in this town that ain't even 40 years old or a little older. Most of them are all new houses. 90% of them you are all living in new houses, and especially the one that sat up there and said, "I've been here 40 years." Well, I've been here one day longer than you, Dave. So that's just my opinion. So I keep bragging on about how long you've been here. That don't mean nothing to me. But you haven't helped me on anything I've tried to get done. So, you know, I understand that. If you have a hate for that town, here's the toilet. You think I'm brown and you want to flush me down and you want me dead. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Luis Palomares, Christopher Baca, and Roy Bleckard.
Wow. We crapped away $60 million jobs for these guys. Would have kept them working for I don't know how long, maybe a couple of years. Wow. 15 million off the bat. $1 million every year for 15 years. A rec center for everything on the east end, on the other side of the freeway there. And all this revenue, and not only that, the tax dollars. The trucks are going anyway to Banning and Beaumont. I went out there to take my grandson to the prom. Had Indians Wow. And man, those warehouses are going up left and right in Banning, and they're still going to use our freeway, and we ain't going to get no money out of it. Everybody was playing politics up here last time. Politics. They were playing politics.
Ms. Palomares, give me 1 second, please, if we could pause
Stop
the clock.
my clock. Give me my time back.
Someone is, third time now, I hear somebody out in the public speaking out. Please be respectful to the speaker at the podium.
So
if you could
what?
please be respectful.
I don't give a damn.
Let's just be respectful. You have your 3 minutes to speak. I just want to make sure that no one's
just don't butt
interrupting
in then.
you, so.
I'm all right. If I complain, I'll tell you.
You're the one interrupting. It's not interrupting the
Excuse
meeting.
me.
Just let her speak.
Micromanage.
We're going to resume the time now.
The mayor of Moreno Valley,
Go
the
right
one that
ahead.
screwed us over.
Go ahead and resume the clock.
Thank you. Where are you going to bring your good jobs? Good jobs, that's all you ever talk about. All you do is have your hand out. Give us this, give us that. Oh, we need revenue for homeless. Well, look at these poor gals that were here today. That could have been a lot of money to help them out. To help them out. The arts thing. The other, wait a minute, what's going on? Am I on or off or what? I want some time back. The time keeps on going by. Start me over. Give me about 10 seconds back. Wow. Anyway, the mayor of Moreno Valley, the train wreck, the Titanic, you crapped away all those jobs. And like I said, everybody had their personal agenda because they all came up here and everybody knew what they wanted to do. We want to hear from the residents. Really, really, really. Wow. Everybody had a dog in the fight here. And it's sad that these people didn't get the jobs here. It's sad, but it's true. Everybody has had a piece of us. Riverside, the Meridian, the other side of Day Street, they annexed it over to them. Duda Company screwed us over. The airport over there, the JPA has screwed us over. Bend over, who else is going to screw us over? The staff has done a great job trying to bring jobs here. You flushed 2 years of work down the toilet. Shame on you, shame on you. You know, it's a sad day in Moreno Valley. I am so disgusted with the. Let's see what you do today with the other things that are coming up on agenda. Oh, and these two guys, the liar, George Hagg, he's loaded. He lives on a hill. He don't care about these guys coming home and, you know, living close to home, even if for a while. He don't care. He's worried about $1 that he's going to make. Shame on him, too. That old sea hag. You know, he's been here forever. Him and that East Enders. And you're part of that crowd. Marcus, you liar, fake, phony, and fraud. And you're all in bed with this guy and K9 Corey, our lousy mayor. Bring us the jobs. Take care of the arts thing. Take care of the homeless thing. Let's see how you're going to do it now. That would have brought us a lot of money, a lot of revenue. But you screwed that up. Thanks for nothing.
The next two speakers are Christopher Baca and Roy Bleckard.
Ma'am, please, let's keep it respectful, please. Go right ahead, Mr. Baca.
I guess what Edo says, Edo gets. Very sad, very sad. But I'll leave it at that. I feel what Mr. Bleckard had to say at the last meeting, I feel the same way. But if I would say that, I'd probably get false charges and I'd probably be in jail right now, as is the case with this special interest bullshit. But anyhow, what I wanted to talk about is go on about the homeless issue going on in our city. As other speakers said, you know, these are grown people that are able to work, but they choose to live on the streets. They choose to be under the influence and be alcoholics and drug addicts. There's a certain amount that are mentally ill that should be taken care of. I don't see any outreach for these mentally ill people that are roaming our streets. I see them, there's some living in the back that have been living there for years, and nobody has gone out there to outreach and help them. Yes, they don't want the help. They need to be taken because they are mentally deranged and should not be on the streets. The other part, they're drug addicts and they choose the easy life. They wake up, get high, go see how they can make more money to get high, go see how they can make more money to get high. That's the choice, and that's the difference between drug addicts, mentally ill, and the people that really need the help are the young people, such as students, such as we need low-income housing, we need the outreach to keep families from being evicted, and so forth. But as far as the Salvation Army getting all that money for the homeless, it's going down the drain. I'm sorry to say that. It's literally going down the drain. Supposedly we only have 70 homeless people in the city. It's transients that are basically being brought here, and I guess they're being looking for services, and they're waiting for their services to go on. So I would also like to point out in District 1, the liquor store on the corner of Hemlock and Heacock. Yes, please do something about that. That has been, you know, there. You can go on the website for ABC, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and report that they are causing that. They are causing all of that. At one time, I was observing, and I thought they were having a candlelight visual, but apparently the drug dealer came and they were doing their whatever they do with the lighters. You know, it's really sad. It's all about drug addiction, the drug trade, and you know, that liquor store really needs to go. Thank you.
The final speaker is Roy Bleckard.
I want to thank the three boys in the center of the dais. It's the third public meeting I'm attending today, and I could attend a fourth at Val Verde. Just came from the Moreno Valley Unified Crime Syndicate a little over an hour ago. It's a blatant attempt, premeditated, and you guys know. You do not want us to speak. Dave, check your 460s. A man named Brandon Karn on there? He sounded, go look at the tapes. He told you exactly what I've been telling this council for many years. You're incompetent. You don't know how to run a meeting. You don't know how to run a council. You don't even know what the hell you're doing. Mr. Sims and Mr. Haig, they're intelligent enough to know, but they'll come up there and say what they said. But this is what the reality is. Negative impacts, that's what the 60 million was, because you're getting the warehouse somewhere. You're going to deal with the traffic. You're going to deal with every bad aspect that they brought up. You know what we ain't getting? $60 million to fix it. That's the sad fact. We got to live with that. There's zero, just a bunch of chatter talk like it has been for 37 years. Nothing's going to Edgemont. Where is it in this budget we'll talk about? Where is it? Where is it to help the disadvantaged people in our community that have been trounced on, stomped on, kicked around, and abused ever since the first day this, in December 3rd? Turn around and look at that 1984. It's been going on. It's continuing to going on. And you have no plan to fix it. In fact, you will throw away the money that was meant to fix that. You had the opportunity to do that, but no, you withheld the tradition of Judy Nieberger, Richard Stewart, Bonnie Flickinger, Bill Beatty, who screwed this frickin' town over time and time again. You wonder why we talk about this stuff? You wonder why we talk about honesty and ethics? You wonder why we talk about putting people under oath? Well, there may be some documents that were signed under oath. You want to keep pushing the envelope? You want to make it hard? Then okay, we'll see who wins the battle. Because if right comes out, the people of Moreno Valley will win. They will know the truth. And maybe one day we'll be honest enough to have an honest debate to fix and help the people that really need it in this community.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda, which is public comments on matters on the agenda. If you wish to speak on any items on the consent calendar, you will have a total of 3 minutes to comment on all items on the consent calendar. If you wish to comment on any other items on the agenda other than the public hearing calendar, you will have a total of 3 minutes to comment on each item at the time that that item is called up for consideration. But if we have a large number of speakers on a particular item, it may be necessary to reduce the amount of time for each speaker to comment on the item to allow the City Council time to complete its business as described on the agenda, while allowing each speaker an equal amount of time and opportunity to speak on the item. For public hearing items, each speaker will be provided with at least 5 minutes to provide testimony on each public hearing item. We are now going to move to our joint consent calendar, section A through E on the agenda. All items listed under the consent calendar, section A, B, C, D, and E are considered to be routine in nature and non-controversial and may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council or any affiliated agency requests that an item be removed for separate action. The motion to adopt the consent calendars is deemed to be a separate motion by each agency and shall be so recorded by the City Clerk. Items withdrawn for report or discussion will be heard after the public hearing items. For the council and council members, are there any items that you would like removed for separate action? If so, please hit your speaker button. Seeing none, we will move on to City Council questions of staff on consent items. Are there any questions from the City Council for staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comments on consent calendar items. Other than those for separate action, we didn't move any for separate action. So at this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak for items on the consent calendar?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we will now move on to council deliberation if desired. Please hit your speaker button if you would like to comment. If not, at this time, I entertain a motion by the council to approve the consent calendars.
So moved.
A motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Delgado and a second by Councilmember Marquez. Please vote. And that motion passes 5 yeses. And we move on now to the next part of our agenda, which is item F on the agenda, public hearings. Questions or comments from the public on a public hearing matter are limited to 5 minutes per individual and must pertain to the subject under consideration. Those wishing to speak should complete and submit a speaker slip to the Sergeant at Arms. Item F1, the first item of 3 that we have on the F section of the agenda is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of tentative parcel map number 38325, a master plot plan and a plot plan for the development of 2 light industrial buildings. And we have a report from our Community Development Department.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. Before you this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the Cottonwood and Edgemont project, which consists of a master plot plan, and tentative parcel map for the development of 2 light industrial buildings. The 7.9 acre project site is located on the east side of Old 215 Frontage Road, approximately 500 feet south of Cottonwood Avenue and approximately 620 feet north of Bay Avenue. The project is a permitted use within the Business Park District, which provides for light industrial, research and development, office-based firms, and limited supportive commercial uses. The project site is also, though, located within Airport Compatibility Zone B1 and APZ2, which limits the maximum number of persons per acre, restricting supportive commercial and office uses. Additionally, residential uses are prohibited within this compatibility zone. The applicant has designed the project to comply with the City of Moreno Valley Municipal Code, as it is a permitted use. As the proposed 2 light industrial buildings will each be approximately 49,815 square feet in size. Truck loading areas at each building with enclosed truck court with loading docks are located on the eastern side of the proposed buildings. The applicant will also construct all required on-site and off-site improvements. The proposed light industrial building will incorporate a contemporary architectural design. The buildings will incorporate articulated elements, including parapets with varied roof lines, wall recesses, and awnings. Materials include aluminum, reflective glass, and tile are incorporated as architectural accents, consistent with the city's design guidelines. Prior to this evening's meeting, staff did receive additional public comments regarding the project, along with a letter from the applicant, which was provided at the dais. As previously noted, the development is a permitted use and was approved by the Planning Commission on a 4-0 vote with 2 commissioners absent. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, an initial study and mitigated negative declaration were prepared for this project. Mitigation measures, where necessary to reduce impacts to less than significant, were incorporated. The environmental documents prepared for this project demonstrate that the project will not have a significant effect on the environment. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project by adopting the proposed resolution. This completes staff's presentation. The environmental consultant and staff are available for any questions. It is my understanding the applicant would like to make a presentation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate the presentation. And that brings us next to council questions of staff. If you have any questions, please hit your speaker button. We'll make sure to call on you. And I do have just a couple of questions for you, Sean, and then maybe some for the applicant as well when they come up for their presentation. The first is if you could please elaborate and share a little bit as far as what uses are allowed to go according to its current zoning, which I believe is business park. What kind of uses could go on that land other than what's being proposed?
So other uses that are potentially available to occur on that property would include research development, office-based firms, and limited supportive commercial uses. However, as I noted in the presentation, there is a maximum number of persons per acre, which will limit the viability of some of those land uses.
Thank you. Next question, and I'll ask the same question for the applicant when they make their presentation, but can you provide maybe some examples with the building size? It's about 49,000 square feet for each building. It's 2 buildings. What are some examples, if you could maybe provide, of type of companies or businesses that may locate and use that size of a building?
So typically what we see in a 50,000 square foot building is a business that is transitioning from a very, very small business park type office where the suite is roughly 10,000 square feet. Their business is growing. They're starting to mature as a business, and ultimately they are coming into a need for a larger space for the use of, warehousing, manufacturing, those types of things traditionally. It's not a large distribution facility. Given the size of these buildings and the size of trucks, the turnover on these buildings would be very, very great if we were to look at, seeing something along those lines. So we traditionally don't see, and the applicants actually identified this at the Planning Commission meeting. They anticipate that we'll see similar, probably less than the number of trucks that you would see at a traditional grocery store, was something that they had mentioned at the Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you. And just for comparison, so we can kind of put this into perspective, again, there's 2 buildings total. Each building is approximately 49,000 square feet. Can you compare the 49,000 square foot building to maybe other industrial or light industrial buildings in the city of Moreno Valley? Maybe compare it to the buildings over at the district off of Heacock and Hemlock. Is it more or less the same size as those buildings?
There are buildings over in the district that are roughly the same size. That would be a good comparison. To utilize another example, directly across the street from this project in the city of Riverside, those buildings are roughly the same. The smaller buildings are roughly the same size. There is one building out there that's roughly 140, 180,000 square feet that is in the city of Riverside, just outside the city limits.
Thank you. And last question, the proposal and the application, are the buildings going to be built to any kind of LEED certification or any equivalent to LEED certification?
So this project actually did have a condition placed on it for that the applicant did accept for LEED Silver equivalent.
LEED Silver equivalent. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And we do have a question from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
So, Sean, just to clarify, there is no zone change on this that we're requesting at this time?
No, sir. This is consistent with the zoning.
Okay. And then you said that there could not be a particular amount of people in those buildings if it was soft commercial or...
Correct. Within Area Protection Zone 2, it is a maximum of 50 persons per acre allowed within the property. So at just around 7 acres, once you've done the dedications and everything else, you're limited to roughly 350 people max on the property.
That is due to?
That is due to the adjacency to the runway alignment associated with March Air Reserve Base.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council before we continue? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move now to the presentation of the applicant. But before we go into that, I do want to just ask staff to chime in. I think I'll turn it over to our city attorney. I believe there was a request from the appellant to make a presentation, and staff has some more information and a response for that.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the appellant wanted to present a PowerPoint presentation. And so I took a look at our rules of procedure that pertain to council meetings, and there is nothing in there in these rules that provide that privilege to an appellant. So there's no requirement. However, it could be up to the city council to determine that it's necessary. If you deem it necessary, then you have the option of making a motion and passing that.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So yeah, as he stated, it's currently something that's not in our policy or policies as a city, but it's something that the city council could look into and possibly change in the future. So just wanted to make sure that we clarify that for the appellant.
And Mr. Mayor, just one other issue is that we've had a practice of not allowing anyone in the context of a land use entitlement proceeding, anyone other than the applicant and staff, to present PowerPoint presentations or slideshows.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that being said, thank you for the clarification. That brings us now to the presentation from the applicant, if so desired. Is the applicant here with us this evening? Okay. And our the common practice is that we allocate 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, 15 minutes for, or up to 15 minutes for applicant presentation.
Yes.
Okay. And so for the applicant, and I'll turn to staff to correct me here, but the applicant in this case, would this be Compass Danby as the applicant? Yes, so it's Compass Danby that is the applicant. Okay, so we will go ahead and now turn it over to you. And you have up to, give me just one second. I think we have a point of clarification here. Okay, I think, yeah, we have just a point of clarification here to make sure that we're going in order. And I'll turn to staff once again. Do we have the appellant to come up and make a presentation prior to the applicant?
Oh, my recommendation, Mr. Mayor, is to allow the applicant to go first.
Okay, so the applicant goes first, and then we'll have the appellant come up and make a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And then rebuttals will come after the public comment? Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you for the clarification. So, okay, so we'll continue. We will first have a presentation from the applicant, followed by a presentation by the appellant. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Mark Bockley, and I'm a partner at Compass Danby Real Estate Partners, the applicant, and the owner of the proposed development. We're a small, locally owned 6-person real estate company with an office in Palm Desert and El Segundo. We have a vested interest in Moreno Valley, and like all of you, we want to see the city and its residents succeed. We are currently constructing a project on Rivard Road. We own and have entitled land on Alessandro Boulevard, and we own the subject property. We've worked hand in hand with city staff, our architect, and our engineers to design a project that promotes the interest of area residents, the neighborhood, and the city. This effort resulted in approval of the project at Planning Commission on March 9th, 2023. As required by CEQA, the city sent notices of the proposed development to all property owners within a 600-foot radius of the project site. A total of 113 properties in the neighborhood were noticed. In addition to the required public notification, we also hand-delivered a project package to the abutting residents on Edgemont. As of this evening, we have received no objections from any resident in the Cottonwood, Edgemont neighborhood. During our assembly of the project site, we attempted to purchase the residential properties at the northeast corner of the project area, but the owners were non-responsive or unwilling to sell. Our proposed project has numerous supporters that recognize the far-reaching benefits of this type of development. We've worked with Liberty Church, our neighbor across Edgemont, to make sure we're not impacting their ability to operate and perhaps even enhancing their experience. We have met with members of the American Legion, and they are in support of our proposed development. LIUNA and the Carpenters Union are also here to support the project and the jobs it will bring to the area. We are making extensive improvements to the streets, public water system, public storm drain system, and electric utilities. We are investing over $3.1 million in the Cottonwood, Edgemont area infrastructure. We're also forwarding the city's sustainability initiatives. The project will be designed to LEED Silver Standard, even though the individual buildings are smaller than the city's 50,000 square foot size threshold for this requirement. We are also promoting the community's desire for public art through a proposed condition of approval that provides funding for a community-directed mural on the project's screen wall along Edgemont. Our best-in-class engineer, environmental consultant, and land use council are here this evening and prepared to answer any questions you may have. I would like to take a moment to address the question regarding types of tenants in this size building. I have two very specific examples. We built an industrial project, 49,000 square feet in Colton, and that project is occupied by a cheese processor and distributor. We are currently completing a 51,000 square foot project in Rialto, and we are currently working on a lease with a truck parts manufacturer and distributor. So those would be two examples of the types of tenants that could occupy a project such as this with directly applicable sizes. So on behalf of Compass Danby Real Estate Partners, I look forward to building this project and promoting the success of Moreno Valley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley, for the presentation. And we will go ahead and now hear from the, oh, did you have more?
No, I apologize. We have a PowerPoint presentation that I would now like to turn over to our environmental consultant.
Okay, thank you.
Evening, Tracy Zinn from TME Planning, and I'd like to address a few of the land use planning and zoning items. As mentioned, the project is two less than 50,000 square foot buildings that are zone conforming, general plan conforming. I'm going to speak to how the applicant took a lot of care and consideration into the design of this project to make sure that it's contextually appropriate, environmentally sensitive, and moves the Edgemont community forward in compliance with the city's vision. This is a view of the site as presented to the Planning Commission of what the buildings would look like along the old 215 frontage road. This is from the southwest corner. As you can see, a lot of care and consideration was taken in the design of the architecture to make sure that these buildings look like light industrial business park type buildings. There's changes in material, changes in color, a varied roof line, and I'll speak later to the extent of improvements being done along the public street frontages. In a typical like warehouse building, which this is not, you would see a lot of dock doors, especially on the long side of the buildings. If you go back to the site plan, these buildings are only providing 9 dock doors on one side of the building on the very short side. All three sides of the other sides of the buildings have a very high style architectural design, including interior along the drive aisles as shown in these renderings. As the applicant mentioned, there is going to be a screen wall along Edgemont Street. That wall will be planted with vines as much as possible, and the applicant is making an offer to the arts community or to the city to offer this wall as a place for an art project if it's so desired. Regarding the community benefits touched on by the applicant, there's going to be significant improvements to the public water system. The project's installing 900 lineal feet of water pipe along the site, upsized from a 4-inch line to a 12-inch diameter line, in addition to off-site 730 lineal feet of water line improvements in Cottonwood. The Box Springs Mutual Water District needs projects like this in new development in order to solve the delivery issues that Edgemont community has been facing. And these improvements would not be occurring if not for new development in the community. And this applicant is making a significant investment in Edgemont. There's also going to be public storm drain upgrades, street improvements along both Old 215 Frontage Road and Edgemont, including curb, gutter, sidewalk, median improvements, new street lights, fire hydrants, etc. As mentioned, the improvements total over $3.2 million. Regarding land use, I'd just like to remind the council that this property has been designated for non-residential uses for over 3 decades. In the 1988 to 2006 City General Plan, the property was designated for commercial use with business park surrounding. As was mentioned in the staff report, commercial uses are limited due to the airport zone. The next version of the City General Plan designated the site as business park, surrounding uses, business park. And then the newest City General Plan, same thing. So the site has been designated for this use for, I don't know, what's that, 32 years, long time. Regarding just a little broader view, everything that's colored in purple in this slide is a city designated non-residential use. Only those areas that are shown in gray have existing residential homes that are designated residential. So the adjacent homes that are of concern to the appellant are designated for non-residential development. So to achieve the city's future vision, eventually it's expected that those properties will redevelop into non-residential uses. Regarding the truck travel path, which was an item at the Planning Commission, the Old 215 Frontage Road does have a center median. So trucks will be accessing the site from Alessandro, traveling north, turning right into the property and making a right exit out, traveling north to Eucalyptus. So there's going to be no truck travel for this project in the residential community. The project, it's in the right location. The right general plan designation, the right zoning designation, had those designations for almost 3 decades, consistent with the airport zone. And as mentioned by staff, the CEQA compliance document that was done for this project determined that all of the environmental impacts would be less than significant and below the thresholds that the city considers significant, as well as other regulatory agencies consider significant. A couple more slides.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Shardlow, Land Use Counsel for the applicant. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to speak. I think I just have 4 slides. Unfortunately, I think this project is caught up in a larger discussion with respect to warehouses. There's been comments about AB 1000, AB 1748. None of those would apply to this project. This project is a relatively small project. Normal Walmart or Target would be 160,000 square feet. Your normal Stater Brothers would be, 55,000 square feet. And this is one of the most, regulated industries. A lot of other commercial uses have trucks, but the state has done an extremely great job and aggressive job in having some of the most stringent environmental standards for diesel trucks. In fact, a week ago, they passed the Clean Fleet Rule, which is going to speed up and rapidly increase electric truck operations in California. Sierra Club issued a statement the next day saying it's the most advanced regulation, not just best in class for the United States, but internationally. Here's just an example of air quality impacts from a site. As we know, there is development impacts, whether it's a single family residential, whether it's apartment building, whether it's commercial. You approve a drive-through, you're gonna have 20 cars idling, potentially, if it's a Starbucks, if it's in and out, it could be less. But if you were to take a 40-acre parcel, which is this example here, you could put a 750,000 square foot warehouse on it, or you could put a 300,000 square foot shopping center. If you were to do a shopping center or apartment building, your air emissions would be 3 times worse. This is a relatively low intense project. This is not, again, a distribution facility. This is not an Amazon. So here's just a few more examples of stringent regulations in California. And I would note that AQMD has their warehouse indirect source rule as well, the advanced clean fleet rule, and as we've seen, additional regulation it continues to be developed, and California is leading. We are next to the ports. 40% of goods entering the United States come into the Southern California ports. This is not a project that would probably be served from a port truck to delivery, given the size. It's more locally serving. But the point is, this project is not going to add to the existing ills that have previously existed, and California has, as well as all the United States, air quality has significantly improved. I remember the days when I grew up here. You couldn't even see the mountains. There was red alert days. Smog was bad. And so I just think the narrative that air quality is getting worse and air is more unhealthy, I just think that's an unfair narrative. In fact, AQMD has said the exact opposite. And then just really quick on the benefits. Again, a general comment, but these are good jobs. I can't wait to hear from Lyon and Carpenter to hear about their perspective. But even operationally, these are upwardly mobile jobs. Unfortunately, the Inland Empire has a low college graduation rate, and these are some of the best jobs. I know there's tons of stories, and I'm sure you're aware of them in terms of someone that took a job at $20 an hour driving a forklift and is now the manager of the building. Some of these, especially in these smaller buildings, there is, office jobs, there's IT jobs. It's just been getting more and more advanced. And so, these are really great jobs. And the Inland Empire was able to prosper during the recession because of it. And so, we think this is the right project for at the right location. And we would appreciate, a denial, a yes on the denial of the appeal. And to the extent the appellant brings up any additional information that they have not brought up before, we would like a short opportunity to rebut, only if it's a new issue that's been raised. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us now to the presentation from the appellant, which is the Sierra Club. And as staff had mentioned and clarified, the appellant will get 5 minutes to make a presentation with, as staff mentioned, no PowerPoint for the presentation. But the appellant does get an opportunity to make their presentation as well.
And Mr. Mayor, anybody who's here who believes they're an appellant also gets the 5 minutes.
Okay.
We have a 15-minute presentation, same thing that the Moreno Valley Trade Center got when they did their 15-minute presentation a week ago when they were appealing. So they had 15 minutes to make their presentation that they appealed the Planning Commission decision. We spent $750 to also appeal the Planning Commission decision, and we should get the same 15 minutes and allow, just like they had a PowerPoint presentation, we should likewise get a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, so I'll kind of turn to staff here. You're requesting, I think, two different things, right? So one is 15 minutes for your presentation, and then the second is a PowerPoint to allow for a PowerPoint presentation. I'll kind of turn to staff here, and I also want to turn to my colleagues in just a moment, but we'll take the second question first because staff kind of touched on this already regarding the PowerPoint, and that's not something that's in our policy, but I'll just turn to you for clarification on that one first, and then we can go to the first question about the 15 minutes.
Yes, so there is no requirement that we allow anyone to present a PowerPoint presentation. So there's no requirement that we do that.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I could just also add, there was some discussion about the last meeting. That particular project, the applicant was also the developer. So there's a appellant. There's a difference there.
Okay, thank you. So to the first question, I'll turn to my colleagues for this one regarding the request to allocate 15 minutes for the presentation. If I'm fine with that, unless there's other opinion from the council, I have no issues with 15 minutes for the appellant's presentation.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so I have consensus to allocate 15 minutes for the presentation, but the PowerPoint, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to do that due to our city policies.
It's an excellent PowerPoint that will bring out information that will help your decision-making process.
I think a lot of what we're talking about here is a visual explanation, and I think that denying our visual representation of just how far these warehouses are from our constituents is important. If you want to deny us the visual representation, I feel like that goes against what the city goals are doing. So
yeah, so we are.
I understand that it is not required for us to do it, but when are we going to take the step to let us have our opinion as the appellant? Just like last week, or last time we were at the council, when the Trade Center had their appeal. I understand that they were also the applicant, but this visual representation is necessary.
Yeah,
I understand you. I'm willing to take whatever I can get, but it's just understand where we're coming from.
So if we have the, if I'll once again turn to my colleagues on the council here, if the council has the ability, the authority to allow for a PowerPoint presentation, then I'll entertain that and turn to my colleagues. If due to our policies we're not allowed to do that, then there's not much that we can do, unfortunately. Until we change that policy.
Right. But you can make a motion to do that because the council has the authority to interpret its own rules, even to the point of overturning them. My concern, though, is that we have not done this in the past, and we're in the midst of litigation where, with particularly the Sierra Club, and in all those cases, I do not recall that we ever provided an opportunity for an appellant to present a PowerPoint presentation.
So can I say something? So I get where you guys are coming from, but you have to understand that these rules are set in place for many times. Now, we did discuss that we could look at this particular rule or this particular pattern of practice and move forward after today. But I think that if we set precedent today and make a decision like this, then next week they're going to say, well, why didn't we get our opportunity in the following week? So until we fix it or change it, not fix because it's not broke, but change it, I think that your verbal presentation will have to do for tonight, and that's just my opinion. But
would it be a compromise that if I give it to all of you via email, you can look over it?
Yes.
That is perfectly fine.
Okay,
yes.
because
yes. We're trying to meet you halfway.
Yeah, no,
I also don't want to go
But
against our own policies and then we get ourselves into trouble. So
I understand.
Yes, if you could please email that to us, that'll get directly to us and we can
problem
take a look
is
at
the email will come after the vote. And that makes it so that
our hands are tied though because of the
you can, according to the attorney, adjust.
I'll turn to my colleagues and if there's a desire to move in that direction, then okay. So we heard from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, and he would like to give you the 15 minutes for a verbal presentation. Is there any additional feedback from any other members of the council regarding the PowerPoint?
Please allow a PowerPoint.
So we've
kind of already came to the consensus that we need to actually discuss this at a later date, as Mayor Pro Tem has said. I understand exactly what you guys are talking about. Again, we're trying to come to a compromise. I also see 2 cones and a measuring tape. So there is some visual you're going to give, right? It's just not going to be the PowerPoint visual you want. Now, I understand, but like Mayor Pro Tem was saying, we have to think about the precedent that this sets, and we want to make sure that we have policy and procedure that matches it. So I kind of wish maybe at a previous meeting this was something that had came up during public comments so we could have addressed it. But since it didn't, I'm not one to change the rules on site.
Can I just
So
say?
I think we're given the 15 minutes. I see the visual there, and you can email it to us and we'll discuss it later. Yeah.
Just let me add this thought. I've spent the last 3 days trying to get approval for a PowerPoint from the city, starting on Friday and on Monday and also on today. Emails, telephone calls. Everybody knew that we had a PowerPoint that we needed to make. And if that was going on, why were we, until this point, told, why are you making all this effort? You're not going to get a chance to do it anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hague. And as just taking into consideration my colleagues' comments here, and I would feel more comfortable if we figured out the issue of the PowerPoint presentations for appellants at a future date, not to do that at this time and set a precedent to make sure that we're not going against our own rules. So I think at this time we can go ahead and begin with the presentation. We are going to allocate the 15 minutes for the presentation, and if you can, please email that PowerPoint to all of us as well. That would be appreciated. So at this time, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you for your 15 minutes for the presentation, and if you'd like to go ahead and start the clock, please.
So we kind of got off to a rocky start, but I want to take a look at our city. Right now, the American Lung Association puts us in the 99th percentile of ozone pollution in our country. There is only 1% of the country that has worse ozone pollution than us. So we can stand up here and argue just how small the effect that these warehouses are going to be, but let's not get it twisted. We cannot keep adding pollution in these specific tracks.
And the closer you are to diesel pollution, the more impact that pollution will have on your families, especially children and the elderly.
To put that in perspective, it is an average of 200 bad air quality days in the city of Moreno Valley. 200. This project is a 99,630-foot single project. We can argue that because there's some distance between the warehouses that they don't have to abide by a zone change. But we all know that this is a single project. This behavior from developers cannot be condoned.
So the developer put this warehouse
Mr.
just
Mayor?
like about 100 square feet less.
Mr. Higgs, sorry, give me just 1 second. We're going to pause the clock, please. Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, since this is a public hearing, it's critical that we only allow one speaker to speak at a time.
I
Just,
can't stand.
record. Well, but you can speak from your seat after this gentleman's finished.
Okay.
Because we need to give them each 5 minutes.
No, 15 minutes
It's
together.
15 minutes total. So technically, I guess 7 minutes, 30 seconds per person.
If we
We're
had the
dividing it into-
PowerPoint, we wouldn't be
Still
stepping
the-
on each other.
It's critical that we only allow one person to speak
at a time. Okay, so if we could just for the rest of the time here, up to 7.5 minutes, please just have you, Mr. Isais,
Yes,
right,
thank
speak for 7.5 minutes, and then Mr. Hague for the second 7.5 minutes.
So I wanted to bring attention in my PowerPoint to a letter received by the SCAQMD stating that this project is less than 20 feet from the constituents. From that cone to that cone is how far this project is going to be from residents, a sensitive receptor. Currently, in this census tract, it is a 99 on CalEnviro screen. with a 95% pollution burden score and a 98% population characteristic score in the 99th percentile of SB 535 disadvantaged communities in 2022. In that same letter sent by SEA-QMD, they specifically addressed the design flaws in this project, noting that the truck parking and the access bays were on the wrong side of this project. Like I said, 17 feet from a running engine to residency. It's data shows that, especially along with AB 1000, that PM 2.5 does not dissolve adequately up to 500 feet, with 1,000 feet being negligible. And we are arguing over 17 feet. This is not what our city needs. This project, plain and simple, is just too close to homes. This area can serve a much better purpose. One of the examples that we like to show is on Business Park Industrial Zone, Veterans Way, with Pepe's Towing, and an example of a small business park zone that could be used as a buffer from heavy industrial. At this moment in time, I just do not see the benefits of us adding pollution in a zone that's already in the 99th percentile of ozone pollution. That can't be stated enough. A pushing forward of this project is an offense to those living there, and it is a degradation of public health, plain and simple. And like somebody had already said, when is enough enough? We already have 40 million in warehouse planned for the future, and I think that that's enough. I'll relinquish my time to George for the rest of the presentation.
Oh, I need your, if you can sit next to me with it, maybe.
Yeah. You want to go like right here?
Can you read? Well, one of the points I would like to make is that the developer did not just carelessly select a few 100 feet less than 50,000 square feet. That was done on purpose, because once you get 1 foot above 50,000 square feet, you have to have a zone change. Not only do you have to have a zone change, but you have to go before the city council to get their vote. He did not want your vote. He made sure that he did not have to have a zone change, and so he made each building 49,815 square feet in order to do that, and then made 2 of them, so it's really a 100,000 square foot project, but then he didn't have to do that. What else? We have this 250-foot setback between what the city calls the truck base, but it's really, if you read the rules, it's actually the trucking parking area and the movement area around the bays. So it's not the truck docks. By being under 50,000 square feet, by just a couple of feet, he doesn't have to pay attention to that 250-foot rule. He can put this 17 feet away from the houses. And once again, it's not the truck docks, it's the movement. And those trucks are 70 feet long, and they're 13 and a half feet tall. He's got a 14-foot wall that makes it sound like it's being protected. Well, the truck is 13 or 13 and a half feet tall, and the stacks are another couple of inches, and it will drift over those 14-foot walls within 17 feet of the backyards. The people won't be able to use their backyards. They'll be in pollution heaven in order to continue working there. It's awful. And the developer did this on purpose, keeping the project just under 50,000 square feet per warehouse. When their idea of trying to make this sensitive to the area environmentally, they're not. They're doing it like a business office. There's no solar. There's EV charging in place. The equipment that's supposed to be there, it can be all petroleum-based. There's no requirement for all the equipment to be electric. The sweepers and everything, those are not there. The height of the building is going to be 41 feet. They're putting in ornamental landscaping. That's like crepe myrtle. You need to have 41-foot tall evergreen trees all around this. They're more concerned about how pretty the building is rather than what the impacts are to the families nearby. It's very sad what they are providing. We have several goals in this city. One is design. This is goal N1, design for a pleasant, healthy, sound environment conducive to living and working. This project doesn't do that. Ensure that noise does not have a substantial adverse effect. Their noise study is faulty. They didn't even study how close they were. They studied 50 feet away, not 17 feet away. Their noise study was 50 feet away. No, they needed to study 17 feet away and put their sensors in proper places. Reduce, and in an EJ community, what this is, your goal, EJ1, is reduce pollution exposure and improve community health. This is just the opposite of what your own goal says for EJ1. Land use goal, build a distinctive sense of place and pride in Moreno Valley. I'm sorry, the families that live there will not think this is prideful with the pollution burdening the family health. Goal 3.1, insist on high quality development that is sensitive to surroundings throughout the city. This is not sensitive to surroundings. Look at the distance here, 17 feet, 14-foot wall trying to hide a 13.5-foot truck. Not at all. Land use goal number 1, develop standards to ensure smooth transition to areas that border one another. Smooth transition? This? 17 feet away? Not at all. Not at all. And it was mentioned we're in litigation. The Attorney General said the following about Moreno Valley in their press release when they joined the litigation against Moreno Valley. Moreno Valley should be working to address existing environmental inequities in the city's western region, we're talking about here. Instead, the general plan exacerbates them, and this project exacerbates them. He continues, communities in Moreno Valley experience some of the highest levels of air pollution in the state. We're intervening today so that those communities do not continue to bear the brunt of poor land use decisions, what this would be, that this warehouse outside doors, in other words, you're setting this outside of their doors, look at the 17 feet, at the California Department of Justice, we're fighting day in and day out for communities who live at the intersection of poverty and pollution. This is what he said. This is why he joined the litigation. He hasn't stepped away from the litigation. It is still ongoing. This is a poster child of why he joined the litigation. You approve it tonight. This is exactly what is going on. This is a business park district. Your own description in your documents for the city reads as follows for a business park. The primary purpose of a business park district is to provide for light industrial, research and development, office-based firms, and limited supportive commercial in an attractive and pleasant working environment and a prestigious location. Last sentence reads as follows. The district is intended to provide a transition between residential and other sensitive uses and more intense industrial and warehouse uses. Business park, when we saw the general plan being approved 1.5 years ago, we saw a business park. We saw the description. It says it's supposed to be a transition between residential and warehousing. We said, fine, we'll support this. You're turning the area into warehousing, putting right next to housing. It's not transitional. It's an affront to what is going on in this city and why the Attorney General joined the litigation. I sent you examples in an email of business parks that are in this city even, on Veterans Way, a stone's throw away from here, that are excellent. They do not have 365-day-a-year operations. They do not have 24-hour operations. They have regular hours. They work mainly a regular work week with weekends off. And they're just down the road from here. There was one on Southwest Foam, or South Coast Foam, that's there, and others. And the buildings are like 20,000 square feet. They're not 41 feet tall. They're like 20 feet tall. This is your choice. You can have things like this in this location. They fit the number of employees per acre. They work magically, and they'd be ideal. Those things are already within our city. I can point out places in Redlands. I can point out places in Riverside that have these type of places. And they are not ones that are going to impact the nearby residents 365 days a year, 24 hours a day with light and noise pollution. They're gone on the weekends. They work regular hours, not overnight. They don't have diesel trucks coming and going. They try to make this sound like a grocery store. Grocery stores don't have 34 trucks a day coming and going. That's what this one will have, and they know it. They try to give you that impression. It is not. Please do not, once again, put warehousing at the back doors of where Moreno Valley residents live. And once again, like I said in my 3 minutes at the beginning, when you mail a notice from the city, it goes to the property owners, not the tenants. This is why warehouse developers use this idea. The people are not being notified who live there that are impacted. At least a lot of them aren't, because they're renters. They're renters. You need to protect them just as much as the homeowners, like you did last week. Those were homeowners. A lot of the people in this area are renters. Please protect them. They deserve as much protection as last week's homeowners did. The electric trucks that are on the horizon, that would be great. But they're going to sell regular diesel trucks for the next 18 years, or at least through 35. Okay, next dozen years. And then diesel trucks will last another 15, 20 years as they are operating. Do not think electric trucks are going to solve this problem. We're going to have diesel trucks using this area for the next 15 years, at least. And these families are going to suffer again and again. You need to realize that this project did not do what is right by those people. They did not electrify their building. They did not put in things to like EV charging. They did not put in solar. They did not put in a requirement that all their equipment needs to be electric. They are polluting. They should have auxiliary power units at each one of the dock doors so that the trucks are not idling to keep the air conditioning working in. All of these things they should have done to reduce the impacts to the environment, they have not done. It's very sad that the Planning Commission and the planning staff did not require this of this developer. It's very sad that this project is before you, because the own definition of business park in this city is not appropriate for this being in this location. It is not a transition to homes. It does not meet the guidelines of a smooth transition. It is not what an EJ community should have. You're supposed to reduce their pollution. This is an EJ community.
Thank you. So that will conclude the presentations from both the applicant and the appellant. That brings us now to council questions of both the applicant and the appellant. We'll start first with council questions of the applicant. We'll just go back in order, and then we'll follow that with council questions of the appellant as well.
Mr. Mayor, I
yes.
just have a quick comment. So, as all of you know, we're engaged with the Sierra Club over settlement discussions based on the litigation that was filed against the city challenging our general plan. So it's critical that we refrain from commenting on any issues related to that litigation.
Thank you. So first, we will have questions of the applicant. If the applicant could please come up. I think we do have some questions here from the City Council. First, we have questions from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple questions for the applicant. I'm not sure who Mark, maybe you can answer these. Just to confirm, the median right now on the old 215 is a dirt kind of, just a piece of dirt, right? That separates north and south.
That is correct.
So when you guys said you're going to create a median, that you guys are going to create a median, are you guys going to create a curbage, like a normal traditional median that cars can't just go like they can now, or are you going to enhance what's existing?
That is correct. It will be a raised curb median that will not allow vehicles to
Okay.
transition from Old 215 in either direction.
And that would just be the length of the project.
The let me confer. I believe it is the length of the project plus.
Good evening, Vicki Valenzuela with Compass Danby. Yes, to answer your question, the median will go across the frontage of the project along Old 215. Just as the Phelan development south of us will be constructing the median across their project frontage, we'll be doing it across our frontage. And as more developments come online, they'll just continue. Yep, exactly.
And then my last question, just to confirm, you guys reached out to the neighborhood and talked to Pastor Beagle at the church at Liberty.
Yes, we did.
But you got 0 negative responses from any of the neighbors, including the houses that are 17 feet away?
That is correct.
And you did reach out to those homeowners or those renters or whomever those dwellers are?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Next, we have council questions from Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, I've got several questions here. We talk about air pollution, and this is the main issue that we're facing right now. In the last 10, 15 years, trucks pollution has decreased considerably, and I know that for a fact. I come from diesel backfill, and I've worked locally with Pepsi Bottling Company on their trucks, on their diesel trucks. And the exhaust has been a lot cleaner. And as one of you mentioned, you could see the mountains on clear days where you couldn't see that 15, 20 years ago. The pollution on these semi-trucks have improved. Believe me, it has. I've seen it. That's all we talk about is pollution. I understand that. But we can't just sit here and talk about pollution, 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 and the city doesn't go anywhere or we don't build anything anymore. That's not my concern, to be honest with you. Nothing against the other speakers. These homes that are in the area, you tried to purchase them, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke to not only the renters, but also property owners, correct?
Our 2 brokers at Lee & Associates, who assembled the entire site area for us, reached out. Apologies. Our brokers at Lee & Associates that assembled the entire site area for us reached out to the property owners in attempts to purchase the properties.
Okay, and you had mentioned Box Springs Water District. What was it, are they opposing this project?
No, they are not opposing this project, and they have provided a letter in support of our project, given the substantial water infrastructure improvements that are required for our project to exist and operate.
Okay. The equipment in these facilities, we talked about, you haven't got a tenant yet. You have no hookups for EV1 systems. Do you anticipate, what type of vehicles or equipment are going to occupy these facilities?
Generally speaking, if we were to use the 2 examples that I provided earlier with regard to tenants that we have at a 49,000 square foot building in Colton and a 51,000 square foot building in Rialto, tenants still in lease discussions, you would have primarily probably shorter delivery vehicles, closer to less than 24-hour-a-day operations. These are not buildings that are going to necessarily support 24/7 quick turnaround of full-size WB 62 to 65 trucks. These are smaller buildings. We have fewer truck docks at the back of these buildings, and we also have a large parking area in the back of the buildings for any vehicles that may be in use there. But generally speaking, these are smaller buildings. You have smaller tenants with lower amounts of truck trips.
And are you guys going to push the issue of no idling while at the docks, meaning some of these truck drivers, like they had mentioned, they want the air conditioner running while they're unloading or loading. Is there going to be any type of, from your company to forbid that? Signage?
Sure, we can certainly comply with any and all regulations regarding this particular issue, and we can work with our environmental consultant and our architect to make sure that we do the best we can to comply.
And one more thing real quick. I spoke with some businesses on Veterans Way, and one or two businesses had mentioned, we wish we had, where we outgrew our facility, we need something a little bigger, but we don't want to go across town, and we don't want to go to Riverside. I think this would be a project that they would look at facility-wise. They're here already. They don't want to travel 30, 40 miles to relocate. I think with these buildings being built there and all this other stuff, that's the issue of pollution. I think this would be a great facilities for these type of businesses that are local, that want to transfer to a bigger facility. One more, lead time. If this gets approved, when do you turn dirt?
We are currently in final plan check on our construction drawings for this project. Given the current financing environment for construction loans, it may take us a little bit longer to get a construction loan than we'd like, but we have every intention of breaking ground before the end of this year.
Okay. And one more thing, I want to compliment Ms. Valenzuela. I spoke to you on the phone a while back. Very professional, and I appreciate that. And that's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Hi. I think you just answered a lot of my questions, mostly about water. I know you said that you were putting 900 linear feet on-site and 730 off-site. How does that match up with the improvements that are going to be coming from the development up the road from you?
Vicki, would you please address that question?
Hi, Vicki Valenzuela again. To address Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz's question, Phelan Development will be terminating their water infrastructure improvements at Bay Avenue, and then we will tie into those improvements and extend all the way up Old 215 Frontage Road. We'll be replacing a water line there, a 12-inch water line. So that will be actually over 1,200 lineal feet in Old 215 that will then tie into an existing, I believe it's a 4-inch where the flood control channel is along Old 215.
Okay, and that's about $3.2 million?
That is, I think, well over $1 million. And then we have public storm drain improvements and then all the other offsites that we'll be doing.
And the wall on Edgemont, I understand that it was a man emergency, but I'm looking at drawings and it looks like it may be an emergency vehicle. Can you tell me about that back wall right there?
Right. From my understanding, and our architect explained this to me, is we need to have exits in case of emergency for pedestrians. And so those man gates are essentially man gates. They're not wide enough to allow any type of vehicular access whatsoever.
So just one way in and one way out, even for emergencies?
That's for a pedestrian. Along Old 215, we would have 3 driveways, but all along Old 215.
Nothing on Edgemont?
Correct.
And nothing on the north or south?
Correct.
Okay. And I did hear or read the letters from the carpenters, Box Springs, and flood control that came through. So,
yes.
Okay, so a lot of support. That's all my questions.
Thank you. And I don't see any other requests for any questions. I do have maybe 1 or 2 questions. Most have already been answered and asked by my colleagues. One of the questions is regarding noise, and I always bring this up with any industrial project, in particular when it comes to the trucks, the commercial trucks, especially 2 things in particular: when they are going in reverse and they emit, for safety reasons, a noise, right, a beeping sound to let folks know, hey, we're backing up, please, be aware and move out of the way if necessary. So that's one of the things that on a previous project, the developer was implementing some technology that would try to mitigate some of those noises, and just because of the proximity to the residential uses, it could be an issue, for the folks that live in those houses. So my question is are there any mitigation measures, anything like that you are implementing to try to mitigate some of those noises from the commercial trucks?
Sure. If I may, to address noise in general, so we have this display here of 17 feet. I'd like council to be mindful that the distance from that cone to the truck docks where the trucks will be stationed as they're moving goods in and out ranges from 180 to 226 feet, so that we're clear. With regard to technologies that can reduce or attenuate the reverse signals, I think there are technologies available. Is that something, David, that you could speak to? Or Tracy, with regard to sound attenuation?
I mean, the warnings are required under OSHA, right, for safety reasons. So if someone's standing or parked behind a vehicle, they need to be warned that there's a backup motion in process. So my understanding of the current truck technologies, it's normally beeps, but there is emerging technology for lights and other types of warning devices. But those sorts of things would be controlled by the operator of the vehicle, not necessarily this applicant. So with it being a speculative project, not knowing who the tenant is, I'm not sure tonight we can commit to what type of warning devices. And if the city has done it on another project, I think we'd be open to hearing about that. But we understand for OSHA there needs to be some sort of warning device.
Yeah, definitely. And I would like to, and I ask this of any industrial project, is trying to mitigate that noise impact as much as possible. And you identified and mentioned maybe some new technologies that are emerging that could possibly be implemented to try to address some of these issues. So if that could be implemented and integrated into the project, that would help a lot, especially for the folks that are going to be living right next to the structure. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. Everything else has pretty much been answered already. Are there any further questions from the council for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll move on now to questions of the appellant. If there are any questions from the council for the appellant, at this time, please hit your speaker button. I don't see any requests for questions of the appellant at this time, so we will go ahead and move on to the next item, which is the public testimony portion for F1. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 10 requests to speak.
Okay. So we will go ahead and call the first 3 speakers, and we will allocate 10 speakers. It's okay with everyone if we allocate 2 minutes per speaker? That's okay with the council?
3.
If not, we could do 3 minutes. Okay, we'll allocate 3 minutes for each speaker.
Okay, the first 3 speakers are Juan Serrato, John McDermott, and Julio Flores.
Hello, good evening. My name is Juan Serrato from the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm here to speak on this project and ask that this project move forward. This project will keep our brothers and sisters in the community working. Moving forward with this appeal could severely impact their lives and their families' well-being. Please deny this appeal and continue with the Planning Commission's approval of this project. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are John McDermott, Julio Flores, and David Sides.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John McDermott.
I've lived in Edgemont for 43 years. I'm also the past commander of Post 574, Morrison Memorial Post, and I'm also president of Box Springs Mutual Water Company. American Legion Morrison Memorial Post 574 is in support and welcomes this project to our city. We believe that the jobs and infrastructure improvements that this development will bring to an area of Moreno Valley that has long been in need of some positive developments. Thank you very much.
Next three speakers are Julio Flores, David Zeitz, and Jeff Sims.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Julio Flores. I'm a proud resident of Moreno Valley and a representative for the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. This year, I have had the privilege of visiting high schools in the city and surrounding areas that are utilizing a program called Career Connections. This program sets students up with the basic skills they need to transition into the construction industry when they are finished with school. As the school year comes to a close, I have never seen so many students excited about pursuing a career in the trades. This is a great opportunity for them to earn while they learn and achieve better lives for themselves and their families. If this project moves forward, it would benefit not only those students, but also many of our members who call Moreno Valley home. It will give them the opportunity to work closer to home. We've heard a lot of people say that these type of projects only last a few years for construction workers. They're right. But those years, they have allowed many of us, like myself, continue to provide for our families and continue to put food on the table for them. Mayor, council members, I hope that you guys consider moving forward with this project. Thank you for your time.
Next three speakers are David Zeitz, Jeff Sims, and Jason Baez.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. A couple concerns. I'll just kind of run through a list. I won't go into it much. The 350 people per acre, does that include the truck drivers and other people that are waiting and standing? Figure that's a legitimate question of how this will work. They talked about the water district getting the improvements. I think they're great, but I do have concerns for the residents. Being a contractor myself, with all the new water lines going in, where does the responsibility now that the water pressure is going to rise for the residents down the road? These are older houses, older piping, older, just worn out piping, whatever it may be. They're going to increase the water pressure. The water district is going to come up and say, not my problem, we only cover to the meter. But when those old services blow from the meter to the house, $4,000 a piece to replace them, minimum, low income. Who's going to be able to afford that? If it blows a pipe in the house, the damage that it will cause. I think we need to have them step up, put some money aside in case these damages come up, and at least have them required to put pressure regulators on the houses that are downstream that they're raising the pressure up, because the houses aren't going to handle it. It's a huge, huge expense that's going to hit these guys in 3 to 4 years. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen. Okay? I think we should have them required to put in the EV chargers for trucks and for cars. They talk about not getting response from the renters. Okay, this is low income. As you may know, most people that are in low income renting don't want to make waves. They're afraid they'll get evicted and then they won't have a place to live. So they're not going to say, hey, we don't want this, because they need that low rent house to live. If they say they don't want it, the owner hears about it, thinks it's going to make them more money, they're going to evict them. I know a lot of people that live with leaky roofs, bad pipes, this, that, and the other thing, because they don't want to get evicted. They're not going to make waves. So saying that the renters aren't saying anything, we got to look at that. As for the PowerPoint presentation, I said it says it's not recommended, but it doesn't matter. It's not recommended that they have it done, but that doesn't mean they can't do it. If the verbiage is corrected saying that, as he put it, it's not recommended. Just because it's not recommended doesn't mean it doesn't have to happen. You don't have to be recommended to be doing something to do it. So I think you were wrong for not letting him do the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Jeff Sims, Jason Baez, and Stanley King.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So just a little background. I've lived in Moreno Valley since May of 1994, so almost 29 years here this month. And of those 29 years, I spent 10 years on the Planning Commission and several years on the traffic safety or traffic parking streets. I can't remember. It's been so long ago I was on that. But anyhow, I never really wanted to be in your position. I always just wanted to serve because I love Moreno Valley. And I just termed out on the Planning Commission. I did my tour of service. And thank you for those who appointed me time and again. I appreciate, I enjoyed the service I was able to offer the city. I'm here to, and as a point in fact, I was not, geez, I've been stuffed for a little head cold here. But anyhow, I was not here for the vote when this came up, this project came up for the Planning Commission. I was out of town. So otherwise I would have said what I had to say. It would not have probably been a unanimous vote because I here to support the appeal of this, of the Planning Commission's approval of the warehouse located on Cottonwood. Here, the Planning Commission approved nearly another 100,000 square feet of warehouses in Moreno Valley, split between two buildings right next to the residential homes. I do believe they have circumvented to be able to be compliant with the business park rule to have 100,000 square feet of warehouse in a spot where they didn't need any kind of change of zone. But suffice to say, the approval came by Planning Commission in complete disregard to the health and well-being of the city residents who live in homes less than 20 feet to this project. The residents living in these homes will bear the direct impact of the added noise and air pollution from the truck traffic coming and going to this project on a daily basis. I'm not a sequel person, but it blows my mind that just a mitigated neg deck was done for this, and the finding was that there's no significant impacts or environmental damage. Does this study take into account the impact and harm caused to the people in homes that are like the demonstration there, 20 feet away by the noise of loading docks opening and closing, air brakes being deployed, backup horns as the trailers are parked, and literally the trailers are parked along the fences, right next to the houses. And also the trucks going around to get around the buildings to get back out to Old 215. Anyhow, the people living in these houses will bear the brunt of this project. I ask you to uphold the
Next three speakers, Jason Baez, Stanley King, and Bob Palomares.
Honorable Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a proud member of Labor's International Union of North America, and I fully support this project. First, I would like to say that any strong, long-term relationship is built on give, take, and trust. Whenever the city of Moval needs infrastructure improvements, utility improvements, buildings, we, the union construction force, local union construction force, can always be trusted to give our very finest of qualities, our will to proceed through any conditions, and see quality through to the very end. Tonight, we're asking you, our city leaders, to give back to us, the construction workforce here in our city and the community. As local various jobs are needed, career opportunities are needed, and city enhancements are also needed, especially when they're free. Secondly, the project will help stimulate our local economy. As more people are employed, there will be a boost in spending and economic activity. This means that businesses will benefit from an increase in sales, and the city will also see increased revenue from taxes. The project will improve the overall infrastructure and the community, making it more attractive to other businesses to invest, leading to even more job creation and economic growth. The project will provide a boost in the housing market. More people working, more people needing housing and wanting housing. This will increase housing investments and bring new housing developments. Finally, this project will improve the overall quality within our city. Please consider all the good that this project will do and push it forward. Thank you so much.
The next three speakers are Stanley King, Bob Palomares, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Good evening once again. I am the chairman of the Sierra Group in Moreno Valley. And your agenda packet, I took out these terms: city council goals, positive environment, create a positive environment for the development of Moreno Valley's future. I don't see any positive environment going on here. Community image, neighborhood pride and cleanliness. Promote a sense of community pride and foster an excellent image about our city by developing and executing programs which will result in quality development, enhanced neighborhood preservation efforts, including home rehabilitation and neighborhood restoration. These are your city goals. I assume that when you took this role, you assumed these goals at all, or was this just pablum for the masses? Do you have the strength of these goals? It doesn't seem like you have this evening. We represent the Sierra Club, an organization. We're not representing ourselves. We just have that role. But you allow a corporation to come up here and deliver a PowerPoint presentation instead of an organization that has the best intentions and hopes for the best outcome of this city. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Bob Palomares, Tom Gerald Sr., and Christopher Baca.
I think this is a great project. It's, overwhelming with what they're doing. And then someone was talking about the pressure to the water lines. Well, the pressure is really for the fire department. So, you can put that away. And then they're talking about, the mayor asked about, the noise. Sometimes, you can get a flag man behind the truck, guide them in. There's simple ways of doing things. They got cameras. They can see when they're reversing. And then we know in the state of California, pretty soon, I don't know exactly when, but they won't be selling any diesel fuel trucks at all. They'll all be electric. So they're going to gradually come in. And, when you look at these two buildings, they're not going to have the long 40-foot diesel trucks coming in. Like the lady was saying, they're going to be smaller trucks, possibly. And there's only two buildings there. If you look behind, or actually to the west, there's quite a few buildings on the other side. So I think years down the road, you're going to say, you know what, we did the right decision in approving these buildings because they're going to be a benefit. If it's a year and you got, I don't know how many people working there, those are all the people that aren't going to be on the freeway. They're going to be in the city. Most of them live here, and they're not going to be spending all that money on gas. Driving, the freeways are getting every year more and more. I go through Ritchie Canyon, and now we got some trucks going through there. And, from Covey and Paris at 7 o'clock, that's where the line is to go through Ritchie Canyon. So this is a great project. I think you're going to make the right decision. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Tom Gerald Sr. and Christopher Baca.
Tom Gerald Sr., speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor Cabrera, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, members of the council and staff, both here in the chamber and people watching at home. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. You know, I hadn't planned on speaking on this. I came for another matter, coming up a little later. But just for clarification, I didn't know how to fill out the slip. I said, because if I fill it out for, does that mean I'm for the appeal? Or but I'm for the project. And I think we should go forward with this project. Edgemont is such a dilapidated area. I mean, it's an eyesore. I mean, it's pitiful. And as far as the housing around there, I'm sure it's extremely dated. I bet a lot of it's unsafe. And to me, my spidey sense says, I think they said they tried to buy it. Gee, nobody wanted to sell. I think those other property owners are saying, we want to get the same thing on our property a couple of years down the road. So we're going to let this guy go ahead, break the hard ice, and then we're going to come in behind him. It'll be more of the same. I think it's a nice, logical pattern. I mean, it's right next to the new 215. It's on the old 215. It's an area that's so underserved. And I'm so tired of hearing about the problems of the Edgemont Water District. I mean, it's always been the biggest reason you can't build in there. You can't get something nice happening because it's got such a dilapidated water system. And that's truthful. I'm not saying they're making it up. So here we have a chance to begin to make some improvements, get some money into that system. We heard their president get up and speak that they need it. I mean, it's a known commodity. You know, I mean, yeah, it's true the people are going to be impacted or living there, but as I said, it's a logical step. When I used to drive around in areas that were taking on this type of development, and they're really nice areas like Ranch Cucamonga and Appellant and stuff, I was like, boy, that's really nice. Why don't we have that here? So, you know, it's a shame it's going in where some old dilapidated areas are, but the reality is, you know, it's a trend towards the future. And as a previous speaker said about trucks, they're going to be electrified before long. I mean, it won't happen overnight, but they're getting cleaner and cleaner and cleaner, and there's a lot of mitigation things. And as far as the rules, the developer played by the rules. Play by your rules. You know, the rules are the rules. You know, a first down is a first down. A touchdown is a touchdown. You know, a strike is a strike in baseball. So they went by the rules. And then in closing, I had a friend that got elected a few years ago and started watching some of the settlements at Sierra Club. And I remember that person asking me a question. He said, you know, I'm starting to see these settlements, all this money. They're getting millions and millions and millions of dollars. He says, what do they do with it? Do they build a park? Do they build a trailhead? Do they build a trail? What do they do for community benefit? So I'd like to see them say where their money's going. So besides more litigation. So this is a community benefit project, and I support it. Thank you.
Next two speakers are Christopher Baca and Luis Palomares.
Let's not forget that the Sierra Club is somewhat of a little branch of the KKK, and where historically they stated that Mexican immigrants were bad for the environment. That's just history. I think you should see the project as similar to the district that happened on Hemlock, and they cut through Davis Road. And they improved that area. You know, you had nothing but tumbleweeds, the kangaroo rat, and homeless encampments there. The area has boomed. I mean, the whole area is just, you know, unbelievable. You got the Sprouts, you got the new extended stay hotel, you got the Starbucks, the Floor and Design. All that stuff, you know, that area is, you know, and I see that happening in Edgemont with this development. I'm hoping you take that NIMBYism, the CCJ comments with a grain of salt. You know, it's no different than the distortion of Fox Cable News, where they come up with their statistics and their exaggerated statements of you know, that 90% of the pollution and is Moreno Valley and so forth. You know, the fact of the matter is you got Air Force Base that's dumping tons and tons of unregulated jet fuel on us. And the freeway, You know, that's what's causing, you know, the air pollution, not the development. The development we need, our city really needs our development here, especially in that area. You know, the distortion, you can see it here where they put this little rink-a-dink thing with the 20-foot. That's the property line. You know, as the developer said, the trucks are way forward somewhere, you know, and as I mentioned, you know, the Air Force Base contributes to the air pollution, and so does the 215 and the 60 traffic. That's not part of our city. That's, you know, all the way from San Diego to San Bernardino, the trucks and warehouse jet fuel. And to conclude with the distortions, Hague sent an email here, and he quotes, "The city's population is approximately 85% people of color, and disproportionately percentage of Hispanics and Latino population reside in the west side of Moreno Valley." That's not true. That is not true. Moreno Valley is the most diverse city in the nation. Okay, we do not have a disproportionate amount of people of color in Edgemont. Our city is completely integrated, and we have people of all races in our city. Okay, so please.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow. I am appalled today about George Haig and Sims. I don't even think Sims lives here anymore. I think he quit. He's off the commission now because he's going to be moving out. Like, he cares so much about our city, right? Right? And George Haig, another one, the Sierra Club lawsuit. He wants you to vote against this today because then he'll throw a monkey wrench in there and tie it all up and throw a lawsuit in. They know exactly what they're doing. I hope this council's going to do the right thing tonight and vote for this. You know, I just don't believe the things that have been going on in our community here. We got the Carpenters Union here. They want these jobs. Oh, they're not forever jobs like my forever home, but they're forever jobs, but they always got to leave their community to go. The job might last a year and a half, 6 months, but it's a job to stay home for a year at least, so they can be doing things with their kids and their family and get involved with the sports and the homework and everything else. This is a good project. We need it. You know, I live on Paris right here. Wow, at my forever house. You know how many cars go by there on Paris, going through the canyon? A couple of thousand a day. That's more. I'd rather have 20 trucks going there through a day, and they go through there too. Then 2,000. I'm up at 4 in the morning. They're already on there. The ambulance, my poor dog's ears. But gee, that's my forever home. Hey, it comes with it all. Things change. Things ain't etched in stone. They're not going to stay the same forever like the day of Noah. These EastEnders, these NIMBYs, the George Hags and the Sims people, they're delusional. What? We're living in the 21st century. These trucks are going to get up and running. They're changing them now. I know people that have trucks, and they're saying, we can't even drive our truck no more because we got to go with all the changes. You know, I have grandsons and sons. This is good jobs. They're in the union. Hey, I got granddaughters that have masters and doctorates and bachelors. Hey, not everybody wants to go to college, but the ones that want a good paying job, a union job, they're there for them at least. Not everybody's geared towards the colleges. As long as it's a good job with a good paying wage and benefits, we need these jobs. The developer has done everything he can, and the liar 17 feet. What a lie. This guy lies through his teeth all the time, the Sierra people. And now he's got a new guy, a youngster, you know, that got the energy, so he threw him in there now to do his dirty work. Thank you.
We have two final speakers, Pete Bleckert, followed by Roy Bleckert.
I support this project, but everybody's telling you about Edgemont. Well, I can tell you, from 13 years old till I was 18 years old, I worked on old 395. I don't like them calling it old 215. It was 395. And anybody that lived in Edgemont, anybody was from San Diego going to anywhere to LA or Vegas or anything, you went through Edgemont. There was not all them other freeways you saw over there. That's how you went there. That was the main highway for years. I breathed all that smoke. I worked at that gas station, which is now an old tire shop over there, the mobile gas station, every night from 6 to 9 p.m., every night. And I breathed all them old smoky trucks that used to just bellow black smoke because they were dirty diesel, really real diesel. I mean, it smoked. And I breathed all that, worked in the gas station, rubbed my hands and all that high-leaded gasoline, and had it in my hair and had it everywhere. And it didn't seem to bother me. I don't seem to have a health problem. Seem to be doing pretty well at the few days I've been out there. So I really don't want to hear all these people telling me about what all the people over there in Edgemont. You want to fix it? Now, one more time, you're going to get one more chance at trying to fix the water company. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But anybody who would vote against it this time, I don't know where you'd be coming from. But this is where I grew up. I know all about it. Been there a long time. The other people talking about contractor. I was a contractor too. I breathed I sat on them yellow Caterpillars most of my life. And the exhaust pipe was right here by my ear, and that 8-inch sock was blowing that nice diesel smoke all over me, and I breathed every bit of it. Do I look unhealthy to you? Hell no. I'm goddamn tough. So I don't really need your all these do-gooders in the Sierra Club and telling you anything else they want to tell you about. Ain't worth a damn. George Haig lives almost on the east and end of town, on as far away from Edgemont as you can get. And he's going to get polluted by it? He should have been living there. He's got to be pretty close to my age. If he'd have been living there, he would have breathed a lot of that stuff. And look, he'd have been as healthy as me. So what the hell do we care? I don't really give a damn. But one time, I'm going to give you one more chance to try and help that place. You know, I'd like to see it get improved. You people all living in all your brand new houses is less than 40, 45 years old at best. 90% of these houses have been here less than 45 years, 40 years, maybe at the best. But most of you live in all these houses. I lived in old Army goddamn barracks over there, and I really don't need people telling me what kind of toilet I lived in.
The final
You look great, Pete.
Final speaker is Roy Bleckard.
I really think that I just love to torture myself, because every time I come up here, every couple of weeks, I want to beat my head on this lectern until I'm completely unconscious, because I swear it's Groundhog Day every freaking day, and I think I'm Bill Murray, and I wake up when we're hearing the same stuff, time after time. The same idiocracy arguments. But what you really see is what their real intention is. They don't want to help those underprivileged. As long as they're living high up on the hill, let those people suffer. We do this each time coming up here, and we have to sit up here and listen to this stuff. George Haig, Jeff Sims, you know what the people look at and the reflection you have. You want to crap on these guys, these developers that are just like you and me, these workers that are behind me, that are going to have the good jobs, the entrepreneurs that are going to occupy those buildings that are going to be part of our community. They say no, not no, but hell no. any rational, semi-caring person would not come up and make the arguments they had. My native people ran this land of the United States in the 1500s. There was an ozone freaking layer there. There was pollution layer there. There's going to be, as long as there's an ecosystem in Southern California, it's the way we are. It wouldn't matter if the Lord and Jesus Christ came down from the heavens and told them this, they would say no way, because they've been doing it for time immemorial. When do we say enough is enough? When do we actually stand up for those, like these guys proposing these projects? The business owners, the workers, and not only the construction workers, but the families that are going to work in those buildings, are going to live in our communities around here. They're going to provide an opportunity for them and their families to live the American dream, to live the life they want to live. Pass this project, and let's get on with it.
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will go ahead and move on to rebuttals from both the appellant and the applicant. Would the appellant like to? Oh, actually, you're right. We're going to take a 5-minute break just before we move into the rebuttals. We've been at this for a while now. So just a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. Okay. We are now back from our recess. We will go ahead and resume where we left off, and that was at the appellant rebuttal. First, a rebuttal by the appellant, if so desired, followed by a rebuttal by the applicant. Yeah, I have it in order on the agenda with the appellant going first, if so desired. And staff, do we have a time limit for rebuttals? It's usually 5 minutes, I believe. Yeah, okay. Okay, so you do have the floor, and you have 5 minutes for a rebuttal. And again, just one person at a time. So
can I do like 2:30?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Cool. Awesome. I want to start out by saying that there's been a lot of heated debate here, a lot of condescending comments, but I'm here because I live in Moreno Valley and I just want the best for my city. That's it. My two sons that are almost 2 and 9 months. It's my birthday today, and I'm missing it because I want to be here to help my city. So I don't appreciate that. But that being said, I also really care about the public health of this city. And to their credit, the applicant has done a lot to make it acceptable. But in our current state, time is not on our side. The data shows just how previous decisions from people where you're sitting have made this city one of the worst in the country. And I can't stress that enough. Even though it's gotten better over time since the 80s, since the 70s, since we started developing this city, it's still not enough. We still sit at the worst in the nation. And I ask, why is it so important that we keep on sacrificing public health? Yeah, we can see the mountains, but the problem is the new diesel formula has PM 2.5 and PM 10, which are not visible to the naked eye. It's these silent killers that add 70 to 90% higher averages in asthma and respiratory lung disabilities in our city. I don't know what else to say besides that those are my main points, and that I think that there is good on both sides, but the overwhelming majority of negative effects is in public health, and we need to focus on prioritizing that over everything else. Thank you, and I'm going to give it to George.
Is this on? Thank you. Once again, the developer decided to make his warehouse a few feet less than 50,000, so he wouldn't need his zone change, he wouldn't need your vote. He also made it a little less than 50,000, so he was not required to make it a 250 feet from the loading area. It wasn't the docks, it's the loading area. And those trucks are 70 feet long, so you're actually 70 feet away from the loading. So whatever numbers he gave you, the truck is 70 feet from that number. No mitigations for the most part. He's presenting a pretty building on 3 sides, but no mitigations for the impacts on the residents. No solar, no EV charging, no APU plug-ins, nothing really for the 10% for refrigeration. There's so many things he could do. The vegetation is totally wrong. So many things that need to be done that were not done. AQMD sent you 2 letters. They rarely do that. AQMD sent you 2 letters. They're the ones that talk about the pollution and the impacts on people, and told you to redesign this project to move it away from the people. The 17 feet, they told you you need to redesign this. That's in their letter of February 23rd to tell you to do that. It has not been done. AQMD is the one that's looking out, I guess, for our citizens. LEED does not deal with pollution to the residents, not at all. So it makes for a nicer, cleaner building, but it doesn't deal with the diesel pollution and other pollutions, the lack of electric equipment and so forth. All of those should be required on this project, and it's not. And since Sierra Club has been brought up again and again, I wish people would find all the settlements, which are public record, and find out where we are making money. It costs us money to litigate projects. This is why we say and try to get you to vote no, because it costs us money to litigate. We do not make money. It's totally against our policy to do anything to make money. Anything that comes in simply goes to the attorney fees and costs related and sometimes towards mitigations of the project. But Sierra Club does not make it. When I leave here, I'll get into my 2002 car with 236,000 miles on it and go to my house that I bought over 45 years ago that was 2 bedrooms and no garage, which we've added to because we had more children. We do not make money. I'm a retired school teacher. How rich do you think I am? Sierra Club isn't doing that. You should deny this project and support the appeal in order for the residents of the area to not have to live with the pollution. They're an EJ community. You're supposed to protect them, and
Thank
you're
you.
not if you...
Thank you, sir. So those were the 2 rebuttals from both the applicant and the appellant. That brings us next to council deliberation. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead here. Okay, so next is the rebuttal from the applicant. My apologies.
That's okay. Thank you. Tracy Zinn with TMB Planning, speaking on behalf of the applicant. The appellant said that the applicant didn't want to be here in front of council, and that's the reason why these buildings are designed less than 50,000 square feet. That's not the reason. The reason that appearance before the city council wasn't required, except on appeal, is because there is no legislative action before you. The project is general plan compliant, zone compliant, and only required a planning commission decision because the project met all of the rules and requirements in city code. The applicant or the appellant also made a comment regarding transitional use. Again, the reason the rule is in city code that buildings can't be larger than 50,000 square feet on this type of property that's zoned and general plan designated the way it is because less than 50,000 square foot buildings is the transition. This type of building is the transition between residential uses, which by the way, aren't adjacent as far as zone conforming, and larger warehouses. I wanted to address the 250-foot separation that they mentioned. That 250-foot separation is from a truck court to a residentially zoned property. Again, this property is not adjacent to any residentially zoned land, and it only applies in the LI area. This is the BP area. So what was mentioned doesn't apply to this project. A point-by-point response was submitted by us to all of the appellants' written comments. We didn't hear anything tonight that wasn't already responded to point by point in our letter. And then lastly, on environmental sustainability, this project, both buildings are being designed with a solar-ready roof. There's some complexities in putting solar on buildings in the airport zone. So that'll be determined at a future point in time. There could be solar on the roof with a glare study that's approved by the airport. But that's one of the reasons that the applicant agreed to commit to LEED Silver buildings, because there's many other environmental advantages that can be put in buildings other than rooftop solar to make them very green. There is on-site EV charging. It's required by the building code. Also, it wasn't mentioned that there's bioswales being installed along this project frontage that's going to take the water runoff from Old 215 and clean it. Today, that cleaning is not occurring. So there's many environmental advantages for this project that I don't think that the Sierra Club recognized. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And once again, my apologies for going over that, but thank you to my colleagues for pointing that out. So that now brings us to council deliberation, if so desired. If any council members would like to make comments and speak on the item, please go ahead and hit your speaker button and I will call on you in order. We do have a request to speak from Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
2 points. The first point is I looked up the American Lung Association report card on ozone and pollution, and it does seem that our area is #1 on the list, but the area is defined inclusive of Long Beach and Los Angeles, so the area is a large area. It's not our county or our city or our even, the Inland Empire. It's a large grouping. The way it's listed, it's very large, so it's hard to say if it's a building here in Moreno Valley or a building in Banning or Eastvale or Ontario, Pomona, Los Angeles, Long Beach. The area is so large, so it's very unfair for us to hear that we have the worst pollution in the country when it's the entire area together combined. So if we were to be looked at for what we're doing here in Moreno Valley, I'm positive we wouldn't be at the bottom of the list. And secondly, the comments, the emails that come as part and ask to be part of the public record, I personally read them. I'm provided them if they're sent directly to my email. They're also sometimes sent to city staff who then forward it to me. So they come to me for a second time. And once I'm reading that, do I realize I've read this email before? And then it's presented as part of a physical email here at the dais before the meeting. So all emails that come in support or opposition of projects are considered, are just as important and valued and viewed and heard as those who are physically able to come and speak at the podium. So your comments are considered, they are read and at least reviewed by myself. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there a request to speak? Okay. Next we have deliberation from Councilmember Marquez.
Yeah, quick question. One of the speakers brought up about regulators. Is that something that the fire department looks into, Chief?
Can you clarify, sir, which regulators we're talking about? Water pressure regulators?
The pressure regulators. One of the speakers said about regulators at the residence of each resident. Isn't...
So the permits that our fire marshal issues are for the water supply to the building to ensure that it meets the code of what the sprinkler would be able to put out and what the fire hydrant would be able to deliver. We don't look at Box Springs water, how that would affect the residents specifically.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was just curious because they had brought up about some regulators at each home, so they won't blow up their lines, their water lines within the resident. But
I'm not an expert on that, but I would say that the pressure regulating devices, what we call PRVs, pressure regulating valves and devices, are part of the system and to overcome too much pressure. So if it was going from a larger line to a smaller line, the water district would be applying those types of pressure regulators, just as we do in the buildings as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other council members like to deliberate or make any comments on the project? Okay, I don't see any other comments. I would like to just add a few and share my perspective on this particular one. So first, just want to state, again, thank you to everyone who came out both for and against the project, making the time out of your day. It is pretty late now. It's late into the evening, so appreciate you making the time. Each project that comes to us is something that has to be evaluated case-by-case basis, right? Evaluated on its merits. We have to, I think we have the responsibility to look at all the pros, all the cons, and weigh out all of those things together, and then make our decision based on that. And this particular project, as has been stated a couple of times here this evening, it's not a zone change. I think that's one thing that we have to make pretty clear again, that differentiates this project from like a Hillwood project that was on our last council agenda, or even I think another Compass Danby project that came before us sometime last year or the year before. This particular one is not a zone change. It's already zoned to allow for what the applicant is proposing. So I just want to highlight that difference. Another major difference that really makes it even more difficult for the council to decide on land use decisions in this particular part of the city is that this part of town is within the crash landing zones, right? There are various different zones, and those put significant restrictions on density, like how many people can actually be on a particular piece of property at a time. And so that further restricts what the city can actually build on these properties. And also, it restricts and limits what the private sector, what the market can actually put in there, because a developer is only going to come in and build something if it makes financial sense. If they're going to lose money on it, they're not going to even try to build anything. So those things differentiate this particular piece of property from almost every other project in the city, right? It puts a lot of restrictions on what can be built there. So just want to highlight that as well. That being said, also, one of the risks that I think the city runs if we deny the project because it's properly zoned is that we could potentially get sued by the developer as well. If this was a zone change, a request to change the zoning of the land, that wouldn't be an issue. We have a pretty strong argument in court, to deny a project. But in this particular case, it is properly zoned. The developer went through the proper process and procedure and is now here before us. So just weighing out the totality of everything, again, we have a duty of responsibility to take care of our constituents and to be good ushers of taxpayer dollars as well. And I'm talking about, possible settlements in court and how expensive that could possibly be. I do appreciate the LEED Silver equivalent from the developer. That does help in terms of environmental impacts. Community benefits as well. I'm glad to see that the developer we received a letter, and I believe they mentioned it in their presentation, that they are willing to contribute some funds for public art, as well as the Edgemont Women's Club. That doesn't go unnoticed. Definitely appreciate it as well. And then we had the Legion as well that came out and spoke. Also the unions. So this is one thing that is important as well, having PLAs in place, right? Making sure that we're securing those local jobs for these buildings. And that is something that is currently in place with this particular project as well. On top of the infrastructure investments that have already been talked about and discussed with the water and et cetera, et cetera. So as you've heard me deliberate on previous projects like the Hillwood project, right? I mean, that was a much, much larger project. That was 1.3 million square feet almost. This is 2 buildings of 49,000 square feet, significantly smaller. And if this project wasn't in a crash landing zone and wasn't properly zoned already, I think my decision would be a lot easier and more clearly against the project because of the impacts that it could have to the environment and the residents that are adjacent to it. But because of these things and the restrictions that we have, realistically, it either will be this or stay a vacant lot for forever. It is really a difficult decision. Now, that being said, I hate to complicate things even more, but I wouldn't be able to sleep well at night if I didn't bring this up. I mentioned earlier about impacts like the noise, for example. I know Hillwood was able to figure something out to try to mitigate those things. And I think that's something, obviously I don't think we can negotiate that tonight. We can't do that tonight, but I would like some kind of guarantee from Compass Danby to try to implement some more of these mitigation measures for the noise that could come from the commercial trucks, for example. That's one thing that is important. So again, I hate to complicate things, but since we can't negotiate that and implement that unless staff recommends otherwise or advises otherwise, I would like to see some of these things implemented as conditions of approval, and that would require a little bit more time. So I just kind of will leave it to my colleagues here if they are interested in allowing a little bit more time for the developer to implement some of these things that I mentioned before officially voting it up or down. So I'll just kind of leave it there. And if my colleagues have further comments, I would invite and welcome you all to share your opinion as well.
I'd like to make a motion
Second.
to approve, adopt the initial study mitigated neg declaration prepared for tentative parcel map number 3825, adopting this mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and denying the appeal, approving the tentative parcel map 38325.
Okay, so there's a motion, and I think there was a second as well. Okay, motion by Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz and a second by Councilmember Marquez. Just for clarification, this motion, a yes vote would approve the project. A no vote would deny the project. Okay,
right.
Just want to clarify for everybody. Okay, okay, please vote. And that is approved unanimously, 5 yeses. Okay. So that concludes item F1 on the agenda, and we now move on to item F2 on the agenda, which is the Sunnymead Hotel. And we have a report from Community Development.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Okay, before you this evening is a request for a specific plan amendment for the approval of a plot plan for the approval of a 92-room, 4-story extended stay America hotel. The project site is located on the north side of Sunnymead Boulevard within the village-specific plan, Village Commercial Residential District. The proposal for a specific plan amendment has been made to allow for the proposed use, as well as to allow structures up to 4 stories within this zoning designation. I would note that there is already within this zoning designation an Econo Lodge site on the within this zoning designation. So that would ultimately take that use from non-conforming to conforming, as well as allow for this proposed use. The 4-story proposal would allow for the building to be 4 stories in height while not increasing the overall height of the zoning designation of 50 feet. As previously identified, the applicant is proposing a 92-room extended stay. The design of the site plan is such that the building is oriented towards the street with consistent with the requirements of the specific plan. Additionally, the site has been designed to create a separation from the existing residences to the north. Here you see proposed renderings of the hotel, which have been designed consistent with the design guidelines of the specific plan. Additionally, the building has been designed to incorporate a rooftop balcony, consistent with our municipal code, which overlooks both Sunnymead Boulevard and has views of the Moreno Valley M. Prior to this evening, staff did receive one additional public comment, which was provided to you at the dais. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, an initial study and mitigated neg deck were prepared for this project. Mitigation measures, where necessary, were to reduce impacts to less than significant, were incorporated. The environmental documents prepared for this project demonstrate that the project will not have a significant impact on the environment. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council approve the specific plan amendment and the plot plan consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation. This completes staff's presentation. The applicant is in the audience this evening, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the presentation. So that brings us now to council questions of staff if desired. Please hit your speaker button if you'd like to ask any questions. I will start off just 2 quick questions for you, Sean. First, I was looking at the map or the aerial view of this particular lot. Are there already existing structures on there? Is there something already there on the lot?
There are 2 existing small commercial buildings on the lot that the developer does plan to demolish to develop this proposed project.
Okay, Thank you. And then second question, with the rooftop amenities, is something that was very important a couple years ago to put in place in our municipal code. And you mentioned rooftop patio. Can you share a little bit more on what will actually be in that patio? Are we talking about some hotels have pools on the rooftop, some have just a simple patio? Can you share any more information about that?
So as they're proposing it, it would be a simple patio available to, guests for the purposes of lounging. They do offer some food within the extended stay. I definitely would want to not take the applicant's thunder and let him explain to you how he plans on programming it.
Thank you. Yes, I'll ask it again for the applicant. Okay. Any other questions from the council? Okay. Seeing none, that brings us to the presentation by the applicant, which is the NOAA Group Architect. Is the applicant here with us? Yes. Okay. Good evening. And you have 15 minutes for your presentation if you need it, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I promise I won't take 15 minutes. You've already had a long night. My name is Joe Halasik. I'm a principal of NOAA Group Architects. I'll explain the amenities of the hotel, but I'll briefly just explain some of the history of it. When we found this site, we felt that it was a very appropriate site for a hotel. It's just off the 78. It's on Sunnymead. There's not much there. We want to improve that area. With this particular group, this is our third project in Moreno Valley in the last couple of years. We've previously done much larger projects and other projects over the last 20 or 25 years in Moreno Valley. So we're very happy to work here. We really think that it's got a lot of potential, and it's a really good place to do projects and to work. That said, we worked with staff for probably a year to design the hotel, to redesign the hotel, to bring it out to the street, to give it a street facade, to give it the character that they want, to buffer it from the residential that's behind it, and so forth. And we did talk about and work on for quite a while the amenities package. This is an extended stay America. There are small kitchenettes in the rooms. These rooms will be rented fairly long-term, in all likelihood, by contractors and people who, are displaced from their homes for a brief period, or people who are working here on assignment, people from the Air Force Base, people like that. And so it's not actually a rooftop amenity, it's a fourth floor amenity, but it's a barbecue pit area. It's got a sink, it's got barbecue pits, it's got tables and seating. If you live in a hotel, you probably want to have it feel a little bit like home. So in that effect, what we did was, they have a kitchenette, but if you are, say you're a contractor here and you want to work and you want to pick up some food and take it home and grill a burger and just relax and, sit out on the patio, that's what the intent of it is for. We've also worked carefully with staff because this was a complex project in regards to the fact that it was approved through planning under a previous code and is now under the 2022 code. In order to do that, we anticipated that we were going to need to make a number of changes to implement the code changes, EV parking, charging stations, things like that. And that affected planning. So we scrambled and we made it work, and Sean and our planner, Luis Lopez, worked with us very hard to accommodate the changes and to get it in so that we don't create roadblocks for ourselves. So, we're really proud of this hotel. We think it's going to be one of the best looking extended stay Americas that you'll likely ever see. And we think it's a good fit for the area. And as Sean pointed out, the only reason that we had to come before council, not that we object, but the only reason was because we're doing a specific plan amendment to allow the hotel use, which is very nearby also, and to allow, again, the fourth floor, all within the constraints of the existing 50-foot height limits. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And we will have actually questions of the applicant at this time. If any council members would like to ask any questions, please hit your speaker button. We do have Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
And just real quick to clarify, the parking will not be Sunnymead Street side, it'll be in the back?
Well, it starts just off of Sunnymead Street with one double-loaded corridor, but the vast majority of the parking is behind the hotel, and we want it behind the hotel because it's secure. It's a buffer between the residential neighborhood that's a full street back and the hotel. And we actually designed the property to have a street side plaza entry with some sitting areas and so forth, and a parking lot side. So it's a two-sided lobby. That was the only way to make the street presence that's part of the specific plan, the VCR specific plan, function correctly.
Thanks, Joe.
You bet.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very
so
much. That brings us next to the public testimony portion of this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we do, Mayor. I've got 3 requests. Mauricio Garavito, followed by Christopher Baca and Tom Gerald Sr.
Good evening, council members, mayor, staff. My name is Mauricio Garavito. I am a proud union carpenter, and I stand before you representing over 5,000 members that live in Riverside County and close to 800 that live right here in the city of Moreno Valley. We are here tonight to discuss how projects like this one deny us the opportunity to earn a living wage. Hotels in the past have built their hotels with cheap labor that do not pay the area standard wages and do not provide healthcare. For the future, we would like to see the city requiring the projects to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay the prevailing wage, and utilize apprentices from state-certified apprenticeship programs. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. We hope that you will consider our request. Thank you for your time. Have a great night.
The next 2 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Tom Gerald Sr.
Good evening, Council. I think this hotel is going to very much improve the area of Sunnymead and Indian. That's like one of the blightest, sorry, I have a head cold, horrible areas in the city with crime and homeless encampments. Right behind that, by the freeway under Indian, and across the other way is, just a really bad place for where the crime comes out of to go onto Sunnymead Boulevard. So that would be a great improvement, and I hope you approve this project. It could be the flagship of redevelopment of Sunnymead Boulevard, and could bring other developments into some of those vacant lots there that are, basically being unused and can be used for nice stuff to improve that area. I'm hoping that it includes that big empty lot in the back along the freeway where I think Postal ends, and there's a cul-de-sac, but it's also a big lot, and that's very crime infested. And I don't know, maybe they can, maybe the city can make a little park there, or do something with that. It's pretty dangerous on Postal, that whole area. So it's nothing but a win-win situation. It would also bring in a lot of commerce to the existing businesses there, including the Sunnymead Center. And hopefully they can one day redevelop that center and bring it up to par with the new development there. So I hope you consider that, and thank you very much.
The final speaker is Tom Gerald Sr.
Tom Joe Sr. speaking on behalf of myself and also the Sundance Plaza, which owns the shopping center immediately to the south of the property. They've owned it since summer. Actually, they bought it in spring of '95. I came on board in summer of '95, so I've seen a lot, go way back. But I got a longer tenure in the city, and know a lot of the saga about Sunny Mead Boulevard and the redevelopment plan, and some of which was good, some of which wasn't so good. But anyhow, I got a lot of history in that area. And we support the project. We see it as a nice uplift for the area. We think it's pretty gutsy, actually, from a business perspective. But we think it's a good thing. It's the type of thing we should have been doing 20 years ago. And so I'm glad to see it coming. I did support it at Planning Commission, which I believe was unanimous. I did make one request. There are not only the older buildings, but you got some old palm trees there, and sometimes those palm trees get some little furry critters living in them, and so we asked for some form of advance abatement, so when the trees go down, they don't leave new neighbors that want to look for new homes. And I think it'd be relatively monitored and taken care of by a good professional. So other than that, we very, very much supported it. I also was able to get support signatures from, I only could get 9 tonight. We got about 15 active tenants right now. But I know 3 more that I just couldn't get in touch with. I have these for the record. I can submit them with your clerk. I would like a copy because the only one I didn't have a chance to make copies. I ran right here. I was getting them right up to the bell. So, but our tenants are very supportive. We think it'd be a good neighbor. We hope to do some trade. And as Mr. Baca said, hopefully we can groom ourselves a bit to, come up to the standards there. We think it'd be a nice improvement. So we hope you find it to your approval tonight. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we have one more request to speak here. Go right ahead, Ms. Palomares.
Yes, Luis Palomares, community activist. This is a great project. I believe the back is gonna be north of the freeway. So it's a win-win. And it's gonna have a lot of good things about it. It's gonna make that area look a lot better. Right now it looks like a dump. It looks awful. This is all right. And maybe across the street at the Sundance Center, they'll give that one a facelift too, the owner. Because this building's gonna look sharp. So I think it's a great project. It's a win-win situation. I hope we're gonna get it. I really hope we are. Let's see what happens today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any more requests to speak?
We have no more public comments.
Thank you. So we will now close the public testimony, and that brings us to any rebuttal by the applicant if desired. Sir, would you like to make any final comments or any rebuttal?
Thank you. I don't have a rebuttal per se, but I do want to indicate that after the Planning Commission meeting, I did call our contractor and explain to them the concern of Mr. Gerald's about the rats, and he's already working on plans to take care of that. We get it. The trees come down and the rats go scurrying, and we don't want that to happen. So we're taking care of every comment that we've had in earnest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did you have? I think we have a question here from
regarding that back wall that is going to be behind. It's me behind the building. For the residents on Postal. Mm-hmm. What will that look like? Is it a block wall?
It's a 6-foot tall decorative block wall. Yes.
Okay.
It was required by Planning Commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. That moves us to council deliberation if desired. And I'm just now seeing the request here on the screen. Any other comments? No? Okay. Would any other council members like to make any comments or deliberation? Move. Okay. So I, at this time, entertain a motion.
I motion to.
Second. Okay.
Take staff recommendations to approve the specific plan change.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz and a second by Councilmember David Marquez. Please vote. And that passes unanimously, 5 yeses. That brings us now to item F3 on the agenda, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 23-24 to 24-25 operating budget. And we have a report from Financial and Management Services.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So tonight we'll go over the budget that is before you for the proposed budget for the next 2 fiscal years, and I have multiple slides, and then we'll have time for some questions after the presentation. Sorry. So wanted to mention that the current budget that we're living in now, as well as these 2 particular budget years that we're looking at, are really built off of the typical building blocks that we've been looking at for years now. So maintaining a balanced general fund budget and really looking at the Momentum Oval strategic plan as continuing building blocks for developing the budget. The general fund has been structurally balanced for 10 years now. And with this particular budget before you, this is also balanced. So it will be a total of 12 years that it will be balanced. Staff continues to examine new cost savings and potential efficiencies. While we have many budget highlights listed in the staff report, I will only concentrate on a few of those particular investments and highlights in a few slides from now. Again, I mentioned Momentum Oval. The city has shown commitment to continuing to reflect the community's priorities through the Momentum Oval strategic plan, including these 6 priorities. The budget seeks to ensure Moreno Valley residents continue to receive services which make our city a great place to live, work, and raise a family. The concept of a rollover budget has been out there since the 2017 timeframe. So when Momentum Oval was actually implemented and council approved in August of 2016, the finance team and council, under your direction, had developed a rollover process and procedure. And basically what that is all of the investments that have occurred over time in the 6 strategic priority areas or categories, we want to ensure that those investments can be maintained from budget cycle to budget cycle. So I'll give you some examples. When we look at February of 2022, this particular council invested heavily in public safety and beautification and quality of life initiatives. And so this particular rollover budget maintains those additional investments. Specifically, those investments included a fire medic squad, police motos and officers, community enhancement program expansion and park ranger program, and public work maintenance team expansion, as well as a park maintenance, public works maintenance and park maintenance team expansions. And then in May of 22, we also went before council and you approved the additional investments in public safety for 12 additional officers, which would be added incrementally over the 2 years from 2022-23 to 2024-25. Those 3 years would have 4 officers added each fiscal year. Also, we maintain the investment of the city staff related to the October 18th, 2022 approval of the successor memorandum of understandings with the associations. If you recall, over the last several months, we've had a multitude of various study sessions. I'm going to highlight a few of them that occurred March 14th study session. And really what this highlights is conversations we had around public safety, around pavement, and so forth. And so one of the conversations that we had, and this slide is replicated off of the 2022-23 adopted budget, as well as the number of police officers for 23. It really surrounded around the officer ratio. So basically it's how many officers do we have per 1,000 residents. There's a national average and national standard that basically states that 1 deputy per 1,000 residents is well suited for all of the various type of calls that a police station or a police department gets in any given year. And this particular study shows that we were only 0.73 at the time this comparison was done. So that means that we only have 158 sworn officers at this particular point, and compared to the population, we only have 0.73 officers per 1,000 residents. Also, as discussed at the March 14th study session, we talked about response times. So this is a comparison between 2022 and 2010. And what it does is it basically shows you that response times have gone up in 2022 when compared to 2010. And it also goes to show that one of the reasons why the response time has gone up is that we currently only have 158 sworn officers, and in 2010 we had 186 police officers when a city population was only 193,000 at that particular point in time. So we're still well below where we were in 2010. As well as, although there may have been, or at any given time, we have any positions that are unfilled at the time, our current contract with the Sheriff's Department requires them to backfill those with hours. So we still get the number of contracted hours actually fulfilled and worked every contract year. This particular slide is interesting because historically the city has taken an ultra-conservative budget approach when budgeting for public safety, specifically our police department. And we budget for 7.5% increases year over year. But this particular graph is showing that we're actually seeing an average rate now is down to 4.65% compared to past years. And when we look at 2014-15 to 22-23, you're actually seeing a decrease of 5.41%. Now, this stems from changes that have occurred at the Sheriff's Department. If you recall, in 2018, there were elections. A new sheriff was elected, placed in office, and you can kind of see from these particular rates the difference between one administration to the other. So currently, from 18-19, when that office changed based on the 2018 election, the average rate since that time is only 3.12. So really what I'm basically stating here is we're really needing to take a look at our budgetary methodology, and it might be time, maybe with this budget cycle, a little bit more history, 2 more years under the belt, to take a look at possibly reducing the 7.5% ultra-conservative approach in budgeting for public safety increases year over year, which would also be freeing up additional budget capacity for other areas. The other thing that we had discussed at March 14th study session was surrounded around a comparison from 2022 to 2010 related to violent crime data. And what this basically shows is that it shows an increase of priority 1 category since 2010. It can be attributable to a multitude of things, of which geopolitical factors, state legislation, and so forth could be contributing factors to increase in priority 1 calls within the state of California. If you recall, this is all predicated off of 2022, so you'll notice that in the number of number of police officers, it was actually 150 in 2022 before some additional investments related around motos and the additional CBAT officer. We also discussed on the fire side the various calls for service, which was above 22,000 per year, as well as the number of medical emergencies for those 22,000 calls was over 17,000. So this goes to show you that 76.5% of our current call volume is related to medical emergencies and medical emergencies only, meaning that taking a fire apparatus such as an engine or a truck to a particular call is heavy wear and tear on those particular apparatuses and very costly when we could be doing it much cheaper with fire medic squads. The other item we discussed that night at that study session was the city pavement rehabilitation needs. And currently, as stated that night and on this slide, there are deferred maintenance in excess of $225 million related to pavement rehab, and that it requires $10 million annually just to maintain our current levels of pavement condition based on our PCI or pavement condition index. So always trying to look at how we can invest or strategically invest any additional surpluses in this area. We also alluded to the personnel staffing challenges that we've had over time. This basic comparison to some comparable cities shows that very similar to having police officers per 1,000 residents, you also have city staff per 1,000 residents. And this model shows that Moreno Valley is significantly lower than some of our other surrounding cities in our area. In fact, the average for the mix of this particular population is 2.9, and Moreno Valley, 2.9 staff members per 1,000 residents. Moreno Valley is currently at 1.4 staff members per 1,000 residents. Keep in mind this is based off of financial reporting data from each of these entities and all of the budget data that is available. It does exclude police, fire, water, sewer, airport, crossing guards, and animal control. So it is truly an apples to apples review. So when we came down to all of the budgetary commitments that the your council as well as council before you have invested in our strategic priorities, we actually had a $5.5 million surplus in our general fund. And so in looking at ways to reinvest those surpluses, the budget before you tonight as proposed is recommending strategic investments in certain areas such as police, fire, city staff, and pavement rehab. These particular investments that I'm getting ready to discuss were developed and supported by the police chief, fire chief, the HR director, and the public works director. So in this particular budget, we'd look at adding 8 sworn police officers for each year, bringing the total number of sworn officers at the end of this particular budget to 174, which is still well below the sworn officers in 2010, which was 186. The unmandated national officer to resident, like I stated before, it would be putting us basically at an 80.1% ratio as opposed to the 73 that we were at. We'd also look at adding an additional fire squad, fire medic squad. Again, with 76.5% of the calls for service being medical emergencies, it makes sense to bring on what would be the 3rd medic squad, which is a vehicle and 6 additional personnel. This would alleviate those other apparatuses that I mentioned responding to calls. Plus, the medic squad is actually a smaller apparatus and more nimble to get through traffic. It would actually reduce our response times and be able to save money on those other apparatuses. The other investment would be adding 13 new positions and reclassing 7 positions as shown in the personnel staffing slide, which will be coming up in a few slides. And I think everybody from a residential standpoint will love this is the additional $5.6 million of capital project fund investment in pavement rehab for each of the 2 fiscal years. So we're looking at an additional $11.2 million in pavement rehab, and this will be above and beyond our normal SB1 funding that we would receive on an annual basis of roughly $5 million. Again, this just shows you where we were back in 2010, 2011 with our staffing. We had 426 staff members at that particular time. Right now, with this particular budget, we would be increasing the budget to 403. So we're still significantly below the staffing levels that we were back in 2010, 2011. So we're still 23 short, but this would be strategic investments in certain positions and reclassifying others. Keep in mind the reclassifications are really positions that have been receiving a lot of, in many cases, they're receiving additional duties pay. And so in essence, we like the duties that we're getting out of those particular individuals in those positions, so we're reclassing them to the higher level to ensure that they're classified properly and to, more importantly, to give them the ability to grow within that position. And so the additional duties pay would be offset and removed, but they would now be in a different classification. And the ability to earn more would be will be more than their prior position. So when we come back to the summaries of what this means, the overall general fund is proposed to be balanced for both fiscal years, even with the additional investments that I had discussed on prior slides. If you note, please, if you're looking at this slide, please note that the 22-23 amended budget currently shows a deficit of $3.3 million. That is related to the commitment that council made for the senior expansion and the use of our general fund reserves. I anticipate that will either be paid back with savings from this current year based on current trends, or it will definitely be paid back within this budget cycle that we're discussing right now. Expenditure summary here for the general fund. Basically, this continues to reflect the council's strong fiscal controls, strategic investment based on the momentum of L, and focus on cost savings. Again, this shows that public safety percentage for both years is 79% and 81% respectively. This particular slide is an expenditure summary for all funds citywide. While the proposed numbers exclude CIP projects, the budget remains in line with prior allocations. But please note that 22-23 includes CIP, whereas this proposed budget for the next 2 years does not include CIP at this point, because staff will be coming back to council with the CIP and the CIP budget in June, at which point it gets combined and compiled into our software for one adopted budget. Community Services District continues to reinvest into parks and landscaping through the use of reserves set aside for these purposes. That's why you see use of fund balance for each of those years as we're reinvesting any of the prior reserves that we have. Same thing with MVU. The electric utility continues to be a valuable tool for economic development and continues to be balanced moving forward. Again, as reflective in the use of fund balance for $12.3 million, they're in essence using prior year reserves as well as bond financing to complete some CIP projects. From a proposed calendar, all the things that we've done since we kicked off the budget cycle back in November, December is listed here. So we have a online balancing act, which is a model so residents can play with and be able to balance the budget and so forth. We have the homeless program presentation in February. We went over several of the presentations that we had in March already. So we also had the Finance Subcommittee update that occurred in April. And then before you tonight is the actual proposed budget and public hearing for the operational budget. Staff does plan on taking the proposed CIP and CIP budget on June 6th. This concludes my presentation, but I would like to thank two people within Financial Resources, Lana Jimenez, Stephanie Cuff. They take the brunt for putting this particular document together and the next roughly 3 months of still combining the CIP budget and document into one for creating the adopted budget document. But also, more importantly, I'd like to thank the rest of the Team Moval who assisted in the developing of this particular budget, all the various department budget liaisons, the division managers, the department heads. While there is still considerable amount of work that we need to do, we are hopeful that when we compile, based on the authorizations that you have in your recommendations, we compile both of the documents, we are hopeful that this particular adopted budget document will meet all of the requirements to receive awards again for this award season, as we have in years past. I'd also like to thank all of you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, for your continued support in ensuring sound fiscal stewardship while delivering service levels in keeping with the City Council's priorities established in Momentum Moval Strategic Plan. With that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Brian. Very, very extensive and good presentation there. So that brings us to council questions of staff. I do see a request here from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
So a couple things. Chief Reichel, for your portion, the added benefit of 4 deputies per year, or a total of 8, what do you think that will do to kind of mitigate violent crimes and then increase or better our response times for the city?
So right now, the only resource that we have to deal with or address the violent crime in the city is a deputy sheriff. There's really nothing else we could add to our current staffing levels that would deal with that issue. So adding those 8 deputies is my hopes that we'll be able to have additional deputies on the scene for more proactive arrests in dealing with some of those issues that we're facing on the daily.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then I'm absolutely excited to see that we're adding staff for you and for actually all the manager shops. It's much needed, and I'm excited to see that follow through, though. I know we love to run a lean shop and save money and put money back into the city, and that's all great, but I think it's time that you guys take a few of your hats off and really commit to those staff that are in this budget, and that would be ideal. So, and then thank you guys for putting this together as well, because I know budget seasons for any entity, especially a city of our size, is pretty hefty. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember David Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. It's going to be great to add on to the to our fire department and our medic squads. I've seen them in action, and they do respond quicker than an engine company. And they also save on maintenance and repairs. So that I like to see that, but we need one more. We need 4, so we'll work on that later.
That's what Jesse keeps saying, too.
We also need a second ladder truck, but that's for a different time, different date, it's a different year. Chief, Police Chief, we get help from the county for different, assistance in major cases. I mean, they come out of the county. Do we pay for those, like SWAT and all those other specialized teams?
No, sir. Those are additional resources that are provided by the by contracting with the Sheriff's Department. So you have access to a plethora of additional investigative resources. Our Special Investigations Bureau, our Homicide Unit, our Major Crimes Bureau, our Special Victims Unit, our canine resources, our helicopter, our search and rescue, our forensics team. All of those things are part of what you contract for and you get when you deal with the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. I just want the public to know that we do get additional help that we don't pay for, so I really appreciate that. And last, on a fun note, Brian, I didn't see in here anything with shirts or jackets in here. Can you kind of touch on that, where that's going to come from?
I'll have to talk to the city clerk council office. It's on its way.
Yeah, right in the summertime. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And just two quick questions for Chief Reichel. Number one, I asked about this during the study session, but the hiring and onboarding of sheriff's deputies, assuming this gets passed, the additional officers are funded over the next 2 years. How soon do you think we'll have those boots on the ground?
I foresee them being implemented almost immediately. I currently have 8 deputy sheriffs in training at the moment, and with them coming off of training, one of the things we do with the sheriff's department is we'll bring our trainees into busier areas for training, and then we will place them at other stations where there's availability. In this case, right now there's no availability in Moreno Valley. What I'm hoping is that the budget gets approved, they become available, and they get to stay here because this is where they learn to be deputy sheriffs. So they're already an asset to the city because they know the area, they know the community, and we want to keep them here as long as we possibly can.
Very good, very good. Thank you. And then second question about flock safety. I think the first time around when we invested into flock, we used, I believe it was asset forfeiture funds. I believe that's what we used to fund it. But just kind of seeing the success of flock safety, I mean, it's been amazing. Is that something that is being considered to look at possibly expanding that, or I'm a huge proponent of using technology to augment some of our services. So are there any discussions going on in regards to expanding flock or looking at other new technologies that are coming out?
Actually, Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and answer that. The chief does share your sentiments on technology, by the way. Yes, at the staff level with our technology department, we are looking at adding on to a lot of our technology softwares and hardwares. One of those being Flock. So we will be in touch with the chief and his department with this adoption, in which we can then deploy. But we will need the adoption to occur in order to do that. So that's why we haven't really touched base with him to let him know what the budgetary investment could be and what that means at this particular point in time. Didn't want to give him false promises.
Got it. Thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, just Flock, I shared this at an event recently with some constituents, but almost every single day when we get our reports, at least one Flock hit. So that is paying off exponentially. So that's all the questions that I have. I'll save comments for the deliberation. Any other council questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to the public hearing. So I will go ahead and open the hearing, open the public hearing at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we have four individuals that have signed up. I'll
Okay.
go ahead and call the first three. Seth Cox, followed by Tom Gerald Sr., and then Luis Palomares.
Mayor, I have a point of order. I just want to make sure this is a public hearing item, and we have are we going to get 5 minutes? Because we have 5 minutes and a minimum of 20 minutes with 4 speakers. So are we going to adhere to the rules of procedure of the council?
Yes, so it's a public hearing item, so there will be 5 minutes per public speaker. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Evening, Council. I'm Seth Cox, a resident. First of all, I want to give a thanks to Chief Reichel for addressing an issue I reported earlier. We're halfway there. I thanked you earlier, but as a public, thank you for responding and calling me. I'm not questioning the budget per se, okay? You guys are looking at 1,000, 100,000 line items or whatever. I get the joy of hand-picking things and asking questions. So I'm just going to ask questions, okay? On the operating budget was out there. There's a line item there called non-departmental, okay? On fiscal year 22 and 23, there was $36.2 million operating budget. Going forward in 2023 and 24, 25, there's only $2.5 million. $34 million decrease in I don't know what non-departmental is, but a decrease in that would put a light in me as saying, why did you need $34 million to begin with? Are you going to be able to operate going forward? That's all I'm asking. Okay, I look at data every day. I'm an information security specialist, so I get to look at data constantly. So I look at data, I look at numbers, I look at anomalies. The next item on the thing is the actual police budget. I think Brian had a slide early on that he said the police budget for 22-23 was $53.9 million. On this operating budget, it only shows $40 million budget with an increase to 61 in the 23-24. So that's a $21 million increase, 50% increase. Now, 53 to 61 wouldn't have looked so strange, okay, but this does. So maybe just look at the numbers and make sure they're correct before it goes totally public and being accepted, okay? And then the third one is a little bit closer to my heart, maybe. There's a fund number 4016. Anybody know what that is? The Moreno Valley Community Foundation Fund, okay? Over history, there hasn't been a lot of money in that, at least reported in that fund. In 2019 and 2020, there were some service fees or fees of about $30,000, of about $300,000 or so that was in there. That's okay. In 2021, there's a contractual service fee of $300,000, when by report, there was only like $385,000 in it to begin with. That doesn't make sense if you're going to spend $300,000 on contract services. I don't know what it is. A little bit more detail might be there. And in 22-23, the same thing, $300,000. But over in the ledger files, there shows a $6 million donation that went through that fund and then suddenly it disappears in 23-24. I would like to know where the $6 million fund came from and where it went. That's it. Other than that, most of the questions was answered by Brian in his presentation. You know, if we're increasing it by $21 million, I just wanted to make sure we were getting our return on investment to the police department. God knows we need it, okay? I'm not fighting that. Just make sure the numbers are right when we start reporting out things. I like factual numbers and data. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tom Gerald Sr., followed by Luis Palomares and Roy Bleckard.
Tom Gerald, again, speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor Cabrera, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, council members, members of staff and the public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. And I want to commend the previous speaker, and I hope that he caught my attention with that one line item they brought up towards the end of his comments. I hope we get a clear answer on that. We've been kind of on a crisis management effort at my job there, and so my focus has been on essentials, more specifically police and fire, which have been given, you know, I look at the numbers, I would say remarkably good. And, you know, to see we're down so many deputies is, that's ominous. I mean, that's not a good thing. So any movement upward is good. I know those deputies are very expensive. They cost money. I might suggest we look at possible expansion of the reserve force. Years ago, we had a guy named Mr. Wright, sharp guy. He had been the Marine Corps commandant in the El Toro chopper base. And at that time, it was in the 80s and the 90s, they had $55 million annual budget. So, I mean, you factor in today's inflation, he dealt with big numbers and big things. And he had great visions for our, he volunteered a lot of time, sharp guy, and with both with the reserves and with the I'm trying to think what was the Citizen Patrol, and just a really great guy. And but he enlightened me on how much potential there was for that and how much need too. So, and I know that gets to be a political football because the unions want to get paid employees, and so I see Mayor President Delgado nodding, and I understand that, but it's something I think we really need to look at. And so, but we got to get that deputy count up, and especially when I see we're down. And now look at the crime going up. You know, it's not, it's like the pot's boiling over, and, we're putting more stuff in it. So, and a lot of this it's political. I mean, the state's doing everything it can to empty out our prisons and dump them out. And one thing you see when you're out a lot is so many new faces, and, a lot of them don't look real friendly sometimes. I gotta wonder where they came from. Not trying to be judgmental, but you see some rough characters out there, and you just wonder, it's not a good formula there. So, and then in closing, and I don't know where we are with our citywide cameras, and I will. The chief has offered me the opportunity. Police chief has offered me a chance to come down and take a close up and personal look. Haven't had a chance to do that. I apologize, chief. Wasn't out of lack of interest, and I won't ask the status of that. But I think it's been in disrepair for a while. So that's a force multiplier right there, because when we have bad guys at the center, I know where they go, and I know where the cameras are. And to me, it's simple. Hey, I saw them leave at 3:15 on our camera, and they went that way. And you got 4 cameras up there. Where they go from there. So, so that's a vital tool that if it's not online, needs to be brought up to snuff. So, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares, followed by Roy Bleckard.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow. The budget. I don't have no problem with the budget. The problem I have, how much more money could we add to the budget with this Hillwood project? We tossed away millions of dollars. That could have brought some more fire and police. Not just 10, but more. Bring us up to par where we need to be. Because there's more crime in the city than ever. Ever. I've never seen it like this in 34 years. So the budget, utility tax, we were supposed to only have it for a time being. Utility tax, we're tired of getting tax. This project, Hillwood Trade Center, would have brought a lot of money for everything we needed in the city. It was a win-win situation. I still can't believe, I think we're gonna live to regret that one, really. And as far as, let me see, what else was I gonna say here? Oh, I got all distracted here. So saying all that, I'm just still, I just can't believe what we did just at the last council meeting. It's shocking and amazing. At the same time, how in the hell could we let something this good go by for the homeless? Maybe we could build a 800 complex up there for the homeless shelters, or for low income, or maybe we could build a prison up there, because wow, they don't want trucks going on. They're going on our city anyway, through our city anyway. So what are we going to put up there? Something's going to go eventually in there. So this is a sad day in Moreno Valley, and I just can't. I'm still stuck there. That we screwed away $60 million that the staff could have did a lot of good things with, a lot of good things. So, but our mayor is on a forever campaign. So, oh wow, let's see what happens with that one. So the budget, I'm not arguing the budget. We got to do what we got to do. But I was in Walgreens the other day. There was a team of thieves in there, 5 of them. Me and my grandson walked in there. They were distracting everybody in there. And I didn't panic because, I don't scare easy. And they ran out with a big old bag full of stuff. And by the time they got on the phone to call the police, wow, they were already out. They were gone. I mean, that was a threat to me and my grandson. Did we have to hit the floor? We don't have enough police. That money would have did a lot for us. That's what gets me upset. a lot for us. Why do I have to be in a situation like that? Why? I think if our mayor was in there, he probably would have panicked. But I didn't. I just held my ground and just kept quiet and out of the way. But a whole band of thieves, and there was a team of them. The people in there that were working were scared. About 4 staff in there, they were scared. I said, how do you work under these conditions every day, all the time? All the time. You know, our mayor screwed up something we could have had here that could have helped a lot more with police and fire and everything else we need. But we're still lobbying for that homeless shelter. Let's see where it's going to be. Let's put it over there in the East End. Like I said, I got about 40 relatives out there. Hey, let's bring it. That's their backyard. Because what's good for the city, that's what we need. And the mayor's always lobbying for the homeless shelters and all. Well, let's do it. And good jobs. Bring the jobs. We need the jobs. Bring it, Mayor. Bring it on. Bring the good jobs. I want to see when. And the staff puts all their time and energy to make this budget go and make it work for us, the people. But, you know, they put so much time into bringing good projects, and we tell them, go to hell. This is a project I've never seen come to our city in the 30 years that I've been here. 30 years. What could it did for the budget? A lot. We lost out. And to me, it was all a personal deal, a personal agenda, not in my, wow, it's all in my backyard. Oh, wow. So be it. Not going to stay the same forever. Like, we're not in the day of Noah, like I said. So thank you again, Ulysses Cabrera, for screwing away a great project. And hopefully, I guess you told the ones that supported you, the union, the carpenters union, you're going to take care of them. You're going to make something work. Don't worry about it. We screwed away these jobs, but don't worry. I got something else in mind for you. Wow. Thanks a lot. This was a great project. And well, I'm sorry. I just...
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any more requests to speak?
Yes, one more, Mayor. Roy Bleckard.
Our budget.
The first 3 speakers you heard was the reason you got the email Friday. They pointed out the inadequacies, not only in the process, but of the presentation and everything in between. This is why when you block the meetings, I cannot, or anybody in this community cannot maintain or go to the Val Verde School Board because of your actions. Repeatedly, 2 members, B and B, stood up there and tried to fix this, and you 3 stand here and do this. You come up with this, you tell me. You give me the unfunded pension liability right now, and I'll tell you if you got a structurally balanced budget. Let's get some honest freaking figures. If we'd have had this and we'd have had a presentation at the Hillwood, we would have $30 million in that fund. We would have money to rebuild the Edgemont water system. We would have the ability to do this. You know what? Do a comparative analysis of cities with the operating budgets that have a mall in the Inland Empire. We're 2.5 times per capita behind Ontario, 2 times behind Temecula, 100% behind Riverside. And you know what? We're worse than San Bernardino bad. They're 20% higher than us. You want to know why this stuff doesn't happen? It's because of the actions that go on here each and every day. You know why those statistics are like that? Public safety. I was down at the county. Where were you? I went through the budget. You know the fuel cost, the per mileage cost per car going up 20% from the Riverside Sheriff's Department? That's directly from public policy from here to the District of Criminals 3,000 miles away. This is why you don't do this. This is why you don't have this discussions. Have you had a discussion with Councilmember Todd Rogers of Lakewood? I had, as public record. You want to put more deputy hours on the street to respond to those 1 and 2 calls? There's a lot of ways to do it without even, and maybe even doing officers. I did it in 2015, and you know what? had a mayor that stood up there right there and told me, ain't passing it because I'm going to get recalled by Riverside Sheriff's Association. Set it down at the county in front of him. He has not denied it. These are facts. These are paperwork. This is what should be explained to the people. This is what your responsibility is. This is what you ran for office. You should, and you are our representatives, to instruct the staff to come up with this stuff 100%. This is what you had. We should be right here with the budget proposal from the staff to the council. We should have had a proper procedure. We should have had town hall meetings in every district to talk about this stuff. You want to know why people come up here frustrated or don't know what's going on or ask why this isn't getting done or that's getting done? It's because we don't have these honest discussions. And I'm not just blaming you. It goes on everywhere. It goes on down at the crime syndicate. It goes on down at the county. It goes up in Sacramento. You want a new one, Mr. Ed? Go check out Corey Jackson's AB 10078. It's worse than 742 and 702. It was on the hearings. If you'd have been on the ball, you'd have had a resolution up there opposing that too. This is what's going on. This is what our representative, are you proud of that? Are you proud of that, this valley? At least I can stand up and say I stood up and tried to prevent this, and there's a public record. Where's yours? Where's yours? These are why these problems happen. It's why you see the frustration. It's why you see me passionately coming up here and saying this. Maybe it will grab your attention. These are facts. We should be taking the best ideas of everybody, putting it together, and then when we pass this budget, it's going to be the best document that could be possible that we could come up with. Not just, here it is, shove it down your throat, and you take it. Because we could do better. We all got a finite amount of stuff. But let's put the best and brightest minds to figure out how we are going to efficiently use it. It's never been done in the city. It's about time we start.
Are there any more requests to speak, Madam Clerk?
That concludes public testimony, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So at this time, Ms. Palomares, please, you've already been warned. Let's be respectful. At this time, we are going to close the public hearing, and we are going to move to council deliberation. If any council members would like to comment or deliberate, please hit your speaker button. And I do see a request here from Councilmember Banca Santa Cruz.
Brian, could you tell us about Fund 4016, the foundation money, the $6 million in, the budget transfers? I know we talked about that during a recent hearing about monies that where it comes into the foundation, that we're the board of directors and all meetings are held here as part of the city council meeting. But can you go over that as well as the police budget and the non-departmental adjustment line?
Yeah, so just for clarification, basically all the questions that Mr. Cox had, right? Okay. So let me take them in the order that he stated them. The non-departmental, the police, and I'm going to include fire too. So if you'll notice, Mr. Cox, on that particular slide, the fire and police, when council approved ARPA, which was the American Rescue Plan Act, the council had chosen to utilize the money based on approval from the Treasury Department, but utilize it for public safety. So in essence, from a budgetary perspective, we had already adopted budgets within each of the respective departments, police and fire. We actually had to reduce those particular budgets and put them into what we call non-departmental. Non-departmental is usually very, very small, like he stated, 2.5, 2.4 year over year in the next 2-year budget cycle that you're about to approve, if hopefully. But what that does is it identifies all of the departmental costs by department. And we do that for efficiencies within what is truly needed as opposed to what are transfers out or transfers in from other departments. Because those transfers out or transfers in are not related to a specific department, then they're going out to different funds. We put them into the non-departmental. So as part of the ARPA approval, we were reducing public safety budget, moving it to non-departmental, and then transferring non-departmental out to the actual ARPA fund. So that way there was proper auditing and compliance for Treasury. That ARPA fund then was the ability and the impetus for the $50 million payment rehab. So because what that was doing is was moving general fund dollars out of the general fund to the ARPA fund, compliant with Treasury. Now we had budgetary capacity to make some investments in the payment rehab. And so that's kind of why there are reductions in the fire and police budget and increases in non-departmental. As far as the 4016 fund, which is the Moreno Valley Community Foundation Fund, he stated $30,000, $300,000, and then $6 million. So as part of this particular foundation, the foundation has certain dedicated revenues that are coming into that particular fund, and they pay for roughly $300,000 in, I'll just say, educational and youth funding. Various programs that used to be in the general fund that we moved out to the community foundation. And those go to the various Moval Learns, Promise, and so forth. All of the various council-approved items as you guys approve that budget, but those programs are within that particular fund. The $6 million that he referred to was a $6 million community benefit fee that we received from our waste hauler, in which then was the impetus that was used for park rehab and rehabilitation. So as that money came into 4016, it quickly went out of 4016, and then the expenditures for the park rehab occur in our capital project funds, which is a 3000 series. So that is the in and outs of that particular fund. And if he'd like to have additional conversations, I can have that with him. But those would be the responses for that.
Thank you very much, Brian. Any further comments? No? Okay. Next we have Councilmember Bernard.
I'd like to say thank you. I like that you were able to explain it, but to some of the public comments that were out there, I'm okay with the budget this year, but what I would like to have is, I know we discussed some of these things in study sessions, but to get more public input so that maybe the public is not so wanting to know so many things. Maybe next year, or when we're designing the next budget, we probably reach out and do actual not study sessions, I should call them, town halls with the public around town and get their input specifically, that they know this is what we're discussing. We're discussing the budget. You have questions on what the budget looked like. This is what we should do. I think sometimes when we do a study session, they get a little confused, whereas if they hear that it's specifically a town hall to discuss the budget, not all the things that go into it, but they hear it's the budget and they feel like they're able to get their input, that may cut back on some of this, and some of this explanation can be given a little ahead of schedule for them.
Well, thank you for those comments, and I definitely agree with you. With the investment in the human capital, hopefully is approved tonight, I'd like to get back to where we were in the past. We used to, with even the last budget cycle that we're currently in, through the Join the Conversation, we would have various surveys that were actually sent out to residents and so forth. This particular time around, because of the various constraints that we were working with human capital, as well as we're bringing back study sessions in which we didn't have before and had the time to join the conversation surveys, do some additional town halls and so forth. But duly noted, and we will take that under consideration for the next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. 100% agree with Councilmember Bernard. And I remember when I first got elected mayor, it's one of the things that we talked about at the staff level is conducting some kind of survey to get feedback. And so I don't know where that went. It may still be in progress, but definitely think that that's something we should do to get feedback directly. I remember when we were first talking about, I think it was, I think it was Measure M. It was a particular tax measure that passed several years ago. We were doing a lot of outreach at Springtastic and various city events. We had booths set up, and we had people putting stickers on boards to basically get feedback straight from the community to ask them, okay, what do you want your city government to put money into, right? What are the priorities? Highest to lowest priority. So 100% agree with that, and look forward to putting those things together as time goes on. Other than that, I just want to say great job. To have consistently budget surpluses. I mean, especially during the pandemic, and then even now with some economic turmoil happening, to consistently have budget surpluses, just hats off to all of you. Every single one of you for the work that you're doing, for allowing us to reinvest these funds back into the community to bring in more services for our constituents. So keep up the great work. For our city employees, reinforcements are on the way to hopefully help alleviate some of that workload from your shoulders as well. So looking forward to that, as well as all the additional services and personnel that we are going to fund as well. So just we'll leave it at that. And unless we have any other council members' comments, I will entertain a motion at this time.
Motion, all motion.
And it is
approve the existing proposed budget.
Thank you. We do have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
I'll second.
And a second from Councilmember Bernard. Please vote. And that passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We have a technical issue regarding F1, and I just wanted to clarify for the record that the motion, or F2, yeah, so the motion was to adopt the staff's recommendation, which included adopting the first resolution, which adopted the initial study mitigating negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And the second resolution was to adopt the next resolution, denying the appeal and approving the tentative parcel map, master plot plan, and plot plan. So I just want to clarify that
Steve,
you guys adopted the staff's full
Steve,
recommendation.
that was item F1 that you just read.
Oh,
On
I'm
F2.
sorry. Getting tired. Okay, it's F2. Okay, so it was, again, to adopt the staff's full
There
recommendation.
is a summary actually on the screen here.
Oh, I can't see that far. So what was adopted was the resolution approving the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adopting a resolution approving the plot plan, and introducing an ordinance approving the specific plan amendment.
Yes, both motions, F1 and F2 were to,
And that is what we what was voted on and,
yeah,
and
to
approved.
accept staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just
We just
making
had
sure
trouble
to
hearing
read it
over
into
there.
the public record. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so we will move on now to item G. No items on G. No items on H. Item I, that's a city council reports. We do have 4 reports today. We will start first with Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz. There's one from WRCOG. Go right ahead.
My report for WRCOG, Western Riverside County Council of Governments, was from the meeting held May 2nd, 2023. Items covered at the Executive Committee meeting include approval of the fiscal year 2023-2024 agency budget, as well as at the meeting, we did have a request from our colleagues in Norco asking that we support their ask that if the state determines that they need to close a prison, that they close the prison in Norco and not in Barstow. So we supported that action, as well as removed the good neighbor guidelines for warehouse and distribution facilities because the guidelines were outdated, restrictive, and being used as guidelines for projects in the region. And the guidelines were more restrictive than most cities have adopted in their good neighbor guidelines. So we did remove those from circulation. And then I do have a second report. I am now attending the Regional Conservation Authority meetings. Would you like me to give that report as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, I attended the May 2nd Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority on May 2nd as well. That meeting, items covered during the Board of Directors meeting included directing the staff to begin the development of a multiple species habitat conservation plan, strategic improvement assessment, and action plan. And both of these councils will be meeting again on May 5th. That concludes, June 5th. Yeah, not Friday. That concludes my reports. Thank you.
Thank you. And it showed Councilmember Marquez on here, so we'll make sure to fix that next time. We do have a report from Councilmember Marquez for the Riverside Transit Agency.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight I'm providing updates from the RTA Board of Directors meeting held on April 27th. The board heard a presentation of the Low Carbon Transit Operation Program and approved usage of the FY22 funds towards the 25 cents rides for all summer long, and that's for everyone. All the rides are 25 cents. The board authorized to award an agreement to ND Construction Company for transit enhancement to 8 bus stop locations through several cities. Moreno Valley was able just to get one, and they will be replacing the equipment at the corner of John F. K. and Paris Boulevard. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we have a report from the Riverside County Transportation Commission, and the RCTC had their meeting on May 2nd. Tonight, I'm providing updates from the RCTC Budget and Implementation Committee meeting held on April 24th. The committee heard a presentation regarding the proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget and authorized staff to conduct a public hearing to receive input and comments. The committee approved an agreement with Muni Services to provide sales tax audit and reporting services. That concludes my report on the last RCTC Budget and Implementation Committee meeting. And that concludes our regional reports. That brings us now to I-2. Do we have any? No report tonight? Okay. Next is the famous city manager's report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Member City Council. Just 3 items tonight. First is just a reminder, we're having our Parks and Community Service Trail Master Plan tomorrow night from 6 to 8 p.m. This is our first kickoff Trail Master Plan community meeting, so please do attend. We do want to hear people's input and really help us plan out our park system for our future. So that's, once again, it's tomorrow, Wednesday, May 3rd from 6 to 8 at the CRC Ballroom. Second item is that, as you know, probably a lot of people are going to be attending our Beautify Mobile coming on May 13th, but if you can't make it, there's also a free dump day, And this is one of the 4 that we have with waste management. And it's going to be from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. It's going to be at the Waste Management Transfer Station at 1770 Indian Street. And it's only for Moreno Valley residents, in which you could dump a lot of your large bulky items for free. So please do take advantage of these free dump days. This is something that the council and mayor and council wanted to push for with our waste provider, and this was negotiated. So please do take advantage of the free dump day. And finally, I just want to thank the mayor and council. This budget was tremendous, and just looking at since 2022, this is probably the largest investment in public safety in Moreno Valley history. You have invested in essentially the police motor squad, the motor officers, and then back in May of 2022, you invested in 12 officers. You also invested in a new fire squad, and then tonight you invested in 8 more deputies, also additional squad. So that is a tremendous investment in public safety in Moreno Valley, and probably the largest in Moreno Valley history. So thank you for your investment to public safety. You can see our both chiefs are very happy. They're giddy right now. And then, yes, Councilman Marquez, we're working on the squad, another one. So hopefully we'll get 4 squad in the very near future. All right. And that really concludes my presentation. So thank you.
They're giddy because they're tired.
They're ready to get home. Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate that. That brings us now to our closing comments from council members, and we will start with District 1 Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Thank you. I wanted to first acknowledge one of our public speakers that came up and asked that we support their desire to get a union. I'm a union member, and I always support other people unionizing, so just want to put out there whatever we can do to support personally, I will do. I did attend a lot of events since the last council meeting. I was invited to and attended the Moreno Valley Val Verde Unified Student of the Month. This is a monthly recognition held at the March Air Museum, and it features a student from each of the local high schools. They prepare a speech. They're provided with a breakfast with their principal and family in attendance. They get up there and share their stories. It's a phenomenal event. So I was honored to be able to take some time off work to go for the first time. It is held monthly, so I was touched by their stories, by their perseverance, by their grit to continue their education when they've been through so much. These students are definitely students of the month, maybe of the century, the ones that I got to see. So I was very honored to be in attendance that day. I also attended the Autism Awareness Art Show that was held at Palm Middle School. That was phenomenal. There was so many students there. All of them had some form of art celebrating the uniqueness of the spectrum that is autism. It was very inclusive and diverse, and again, it was just a show of community there. I also attended the Eastern Municipal Water District Western Riverside County reception, where I met the new director of the Box Springs Municipal. We talked a lot about water. I learned a lot. I plan to go and visit soon, do a tour, and learn more about water and how I could be a better resource for those who are customers of that area. I was excited to attend the Eid Day at the mosque on Day Street. That was a festival of sweets after a month of day-long fasting. So to be able to enjoy the feast without having to do the fasting was my honor. But it really shows how diverse our community is. We have a huge group of people who attend the mosque there, and I've attended a lot of times throughout the years with my mother, so it was nice to be in their company again, so I enjoyed that day. I also came to the Earth Day. It was kind of not so big of a success because we were competing with that little show down the street, but we did have plenty of people showing up we even had some people show up, walk through the Earth Day, and sit in the parking lot to watch the show. So that was fun as well. I did spend some time that day with Councilmember Bernard and her son, so that was a fun day. We went to the air show the next day, which everybody knows was a great success. And also the Veterans Resource Fair. We held a fair here at the conference center. It was a lot of attendance, a lot of employers willing to come out and employ our veterans. I got to speak to them and remind them that, Moreno Valley is a military town and we cherish our veterans and we want to do everything we can to assist them in any way that we can. So there was a great deal of support that time. And finally, I did attend the Moreno Valley Wind Symphony that I was invited last year. I was to attend, so I was able to go last week. It was Latino Fuego was the theme. They played a medley of songs from El Canto. They played Remember Me from Coco, which did draw some tears. And that reminds me that the reason it draws tears is grief is the price of love, we heard tonight, and indeed it is. We only feel grief because we felt so much love. So listening to that show and hearing words today, just, yeah. So I'd just like to remind everybody that our M is lit up, red, blue, green, and yellow for appreciation of teachers. I work at a school, and I greatly appreciate the fact that teachers wake up every morning and step into a school when maybe not the safest place to be in this world right now, but I cherish them, appreciate the work they do, and with that, I'll close there. Thank you. Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
I didn't even watch the clock.
Next, we have closing comments from Councilmember David Marquez.
Make it short. I want to thank staff for this financial thing. I'm Brian and your team and staff. Really appreciate that balanced the budget again. I attended a couple of events, but I'm not going to get into them other than donut, cutting ribbon, the vet thing, and some other ones. So I'll leave it as that. Also, don't forget next week we have the cleanup, correct, Mike? The 20th.
May 13th.
May 13th.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a week past that. We'll do Westland Park, so come on out and let's clean up the city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Shalinda Bernard.
So I too, like Councilmember Marquez, will keep it short and sweet. So he's going to he referred to donuts. We in District 4 had the ribbon cutting for Dunkin's down there, and people were apparently lined up because my husband went to the gym, and he goes, there's a line outside of Dunkin', and I have no idea what's going on, but I don't want to be weird and videotape. But he said they were all lined up and looked like people had been sleeping there. And he goes to the gym at 4 a.m., so they were there because they were getting a year free of coffee. But even before we had the official opening, that place has had a line wrapped around the corner. So I would invite everyone to go down, get some coffee. Personally, their watermelon refresher with the lemonade is probably my favorite. So there you go. Oh, and they have avocado toast. That was pretty good too. So also I want to, as Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz said, we had Earth Day, and I took my youngest son to Earth Day because he likes dirt and all things eco-friendly, and he got to play. They showed him how to plant some things. I bought some flowers down there, and he also got to play with someone that was down there. I forgot what she was doing, but he basically got to hold a starfish and some other organisms, and he was very excited about that. Also, happy Asian Pacific Islander Month. So the month of May is Pacific Islander Month, as well as May Day was yesterday. So that's the day where we recognize workers' rights and all the contributions that workers have made. Please come out to our trails meeting tomorrow between 6 and 8 p.m. I've heard a lot of residents that want to talk about parks, trails, new dog parks, all of those things. This is where you get to come out, give your input, and let them know what's good, what's great, what you would like to see. And like they said, this is only the first meeting. So please come out and give your input for that. Also, Friday is Cinco de Mayo. I want to make sure that everyone be safe, don't drink and drive. There is Uber, there is Lyft. And if it's that bad, please just stay in the parking lot and crack the window open so we can at least yell in. And I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
I too will make it quick. I did attend the Veterans Job Fair here at the city, and it was really cool to see that many businesses that are veteran friendly and to our vets. And there was a lot of people there, a lot of vendors, a lot of hiring going on. So that was really cool. And as you guys can see, we, and this is for the folks listening at home too, we are a council of 5 that do a lot in the city. We go around and we represent our districts, but we represent you as our citizens of Moreno Valley. I too attended the Dunkin', and what I really got a kick out of, because I heard that the first 100 people were going to get a donut for a year, whatever. So I went to the 101st person. I said, "Oh, it sucks." I did. I sought that person out. I looked at their little numbers, and I said, "Are you number 100?" And then I looked at the guy behind him, and I said, "So how'd that work out?" She told me that she would have been 10 minutes earlier, but her husband, she tried to sneak out of the house, and her husband woke up, and the kid woke up, and they said, "We're going with you." And now they had to get ready. She was 10 minutes behind. So that's a true story. So I wanted to go make fun of them, and I did. It was successful. I, too, attended the Student of the Month, and we were at, Elena and I were at the table of the Canyon Springs. No, I'm sorry, March Mountain. And the individual that got the Student of the Month for March Mountain, it was absolutely, I think somebody was crying, but I don't know who it was, but it was absolutely amazing on her story. And she's a high schooler, but she's already got enough credits for an associate's from the local college. She had a baby. She had a baby during this whole time, and she conquered that, and she's well on her way to success. So her mom was there. She has a great support system, but it was great for us to be honored to sit with her at that table. So thank a teacher. If you have kids, young kids, thank your kids' teacher, because today is Honor Thy Teacher Day. And then we put out a public service announcement in the city regarding your weeds and any weeds around your house, because the unprecedented amount of rain and snow made all these weeds come out and grow. So California Fire Chief has this public service announcement going out right now stating that if you have weeds around your house, get rid of them, and get rid of them fast, because this fire season is going to be like no other. I know that the city is continuing to go around and cleaning our areas, but for the residents that live up in District 2, up by Retchie Canyon and Hidden Springs, those areas you guys really need to make sure that your weed abatement is sufficient for the summer into the fall. So please don't wait till you see smoke on the horizon. Do it now. Get rid of it now. I am having a town hall on Saturday, this Saturday, the 6th, at the Moreno Valley Equestrian Center in my district, District 2, from 11:30 to 1. Please come out if you have any ideas or what do you want to see going on in the city or District 2. And then I think that was it. But be kind to one another. You guys we won't see you for another 2 weeks unless we're out and about. But be kind to one another, and we'll see you in about 2 weeks. Study session next Tuesday. Oh yeah, then there's that.
It'll be a quick one. I think somebody mentioned I think it was you that was crying at the Student of the Month, right? No, I'm just kidding. We all shed a tear every now and then. For my closing comments, try to keep it brief as well. did have my first Mobile Mayor's Neighborhood meetup up in Sunnymead Ranch area at the Espresso Bar. Well attended. It was completely packed room. I was really happy to see a lot of new faces, so a lot of new constituents that actually came out and asked a lot of good questions. So that went really well. Thank you to staff, all of staff. If you're watching at home, thank you for making the time to come out and answer some questions. Also was able to attend the Palm Middle School Autism Acceptance Art Show. They had Baile Folklorico, they had lowriders. It was absolutely amazing. They had a ton of art. Everybody was having a great time. It was really, really nice to be there, and want to say thank you to the faculty and staff for inviting me out there. Really had a great time. Also had an opportunity just this past Saturday to attend the Paris Valley Filipino American Association induction ceremony for their new board, for their new officers. Had a chance to attend that. That went really well. I always love going to their events. They are absolutely amazing. Also had a chance to attend the Dunkin' Donuts ribbon cutting ceremony. Always really nice to see that not only is staff bringing in new restaurants that our residents are constantly asking for, but it is a family-owned business, the Patel family, and you should have seen their daughter. She's just stole the show. They had her dressed up like a little donut. She was walking around everywhere. It was really cute. So that went very well. The March Air Show, that went well as also absolutely amazing turnout and attendance to that. I want to give a special shout out to Jamil Dada. He's deeply embedded and involved in all things on the airbase and the museum, and appreciate him extending an invitation to that as well. This past Saturday also, Assemblymember Corey Jackson had his inaugural elected officials brunch here at the Conference and Recreation Center. Very well attended. We had elected officials from all across Riverside County, from Assemblymember Sabrina Cervantes to school board members, college trustees, and we also had a special guest, the incoming speaker designate, Robert Rivas. And he came down, spent some time with us to share with us his perspectives as incoming speaker of the California Assembly, and hearing from us as well, right? He's someone extremely important, has a lot of power as Speaker of the Assembly, and shares a lot of the same concerns that we do. And so hopefully that will just be a fruitful relationship between the city of Moreno Valley and his office, and we'll be able to work together on that. On a similar note, directly after the elected officials brunch, Assemblymember Jackson's office scheduled a tour of the courtyards at Cottonwood. It's the newest affordable housing complex here in the city of Moreno Valley off of Indian and Cottonwood. And I had a chance to attend that tour alongside Speaker-designate Rivas and Majority Leader Eloise Reyes. The four of us, along with some staff and their staff, had a chance to walk the site. And again, housing is at the top of the list for all of us. And so the Speaker-designate Rivas was asking a lot of questions about, how the city of Moreno Valley successfully builds these affordable housing complexes, and just trying to share more information with him so that we can work on legislation at the state level to increase the supply of housing, specifically low income and middle income and affordable housing. So I appreciate Speaker-designate Rivas for coming down, spending some time here. He's a very busy person, but that went very well. This weekend, as has been mentioned, it is Cinco de Mayo, so everyone please be safe. A lot of people, unfortunately, take advantage of the holiday. They think it's all about having fun and drinking, but also want to point out that Cinco de Mayo, it has a historical significance. It's independence, Mexico's independence as well. I think a lot of people tend to forget that, but El Grito is one celebration of Mexico's independence, but Cinco de Mayo is another. So just want to make sure everybody stays safe this weekend. It is also Asian Pacific Islander Month, so want to make sure that we issue some kind of proclamation for our next council meeting for special presentations, if we could put that together. And hopefully we'll see you at the Community Day of Service on May 13th. So with that, want to wish everyone a good night, and we'll see you at the next council meeting. Thank you. At 10:40 p.m. Thank you.